I can't support them both. Beggar offered one of her children to the billionaire, and he. Jennifer Parker held both babies tightly against her chest as the freezing rain soaked her clothes. Her hands trembled from both the cold and the desperation that had been consuming her for weeks. That's when she saw the man in the expensive suit coming out of the mirrored building. Without thinking twice, she ran toward him with the twins in her arms. "Please, sir," she shouted, almost tripping on the wet sidewalk. "I beg you!" Richard Harrison stopped abruptly upon hearing that desperate voice. He turned and found a drenched young woman with two babies who couldn't have been more than a few months old. "What do you want?" he asked, quickly looking around to see if anyone was watching. "Sir, I can no longer support them both," said Jennifer, her voice breaking. "They're hungry, they need medicine, and I can't give them what they deserve." Richard was speechless. In his 52 years, he had never encountered a situation like this. "Take one of them," she continued, extending one of the babies toward him. "Please, just one. That way I can at least care for the other." "Are you crazy?" Richard stepped back, shocked. "I can't just take a child. They'll go without if they stay with me." Tears mixed with the rain on Jennifer's face. "You have money. You can give him a decent life." "I know you can." Amanda Wilson, Richard's executive secretary of 15 years, watched the scene from the glass door of the building. Something about that young woman seemed familiar, but she couldn't place it. "Listen, miss." Richard took his wallet out of his pocket. "Take this money and find a shelter. There are places that can help you." "I don't want charity." Jennifer pushed the money back. "I want to know that at least one of my children will have a chance in life." The baby in Richard's arms began to cry, and something strange happened. Instinctively, he gently rocked the child and the crying stopped. The little one looked directly at him with big, curious eyes. "How do you know I have money?" asked Richard, still holding the baby. "Everyone knows Richard Harrison in this city," replied Jennifer. "The owner of the biggest construction company in New York City. I've seen your picture in the paper many times." Amanda slowly approached. Now she was sure she knew that young woman from somewhere. "Jennifer?" she called hesitantly. "Jennifer Parker." The young woman looked up in surprise. "Amanda. Amanda Wilson. My God, it really is you." Amanda ran over to them. "We went to high school together. What happened to you?" Jennifer lowered her head in shame. She didn't want anyone from her past to see her in that situation. "Life happened," she murmured. "After Isabella and Michael were born, everything fell apart." "Isabella and Michael?" Richard looked at the babies. "Those are their names. They're twins," explained Jennifer. "They were born premature, had to stay in the ICU for 2 months. The hospital bills used up all our savings." Amanda discreetly touched Richard's arm. "Mr. Harrison, we can't leave her out in the rain with these children. Let's at least talk somewhere dry." "Come on," said Richard finally. "My car is over there. Let's go to a nearby cafe." At the cafe, Jennifer told her story while discreetly nursing one of the babies. The other remained in Richard's lap, who seemed hypnotized by the small child. "I was a teacher until last year," she began. "I taught at 2 private schools and took graduate courses on Saturdays. Everything was fine until Tyler had the accident." "Tyler?" asked Amanda. "My husband. He worked as an electrician on big construction sites. One day there was a problem with the wiring. He tried to fix it and—" Jennifer stopped, taking a deep breath. The doctors said it was instant. Richard felt a tightness in his chest. She knew the pain of loss well. "When the babies were born, I was 8 months pregnant and so shaken that I went into premature labor," she continued. "Without Tyler's salary, I couldn't afford health insurance. The public hospital did what they could, but there were so many complications." "And now?" asked Richard, looking at the baby in his arms. "Now I work cleaning offices in the middle of the night. I earn very little, barely enough for the rent of a tiny room." Jennifer wiped away her tears. "The diapers, the powdered milk, the medicine, it's impossible." "Jennifer, you were one of the best students in our class," Amanda reminded her. "Always dreaming of revolutionizing early childhood education." "That was another time," sighed Jennifer. Now I just think about how I'm going to feed them tomorrow. Dear listener, if you're enjoying the story, please take a moment to like and especially subscribe to the channel. It really helps us who are just starting out. Now continuing, Richard watched how Jennifer cared for the babies with tenderness, even in the midst of her despair. There was something familiar about that unconditional love. "What if I offered you a job?" he asked suddenly. "What kind of job?" Jennifer asked suspiciously. "I need someone to oversee the education of my employees' children. I'm thinking of starting a daycare at the company." "Mr. Harrison," Amanda whispered. "We never discussed this before." "I'm discussing it now," Richard said, not taking his eyes off Jennifer. "You have the education, the experience, and you understand what it means to fight for your children." Jennifer shook her head. "I won't accept charity disguised as a job." "It's not charity," insisted Richard. "You would work like any other employee. Salary, benefits, responsibilities." "And my children?" "They would stay at the daycare while you work. It would be perfect." Jennifer looked at Michael, whom Richard was still holding. The baby seemed completely at peace in his arms. "Can I think about it?" "Of course. But first, you need a dry place to spend the night with the children." Amanda intervened. "I have a small apartment, but it has a sofa bed. You can stay there tonight." "I can't accept that," protested Jennifer. "Yes, you can," Amanda said firmly. "We've been friends for a long time, even if we lost touch." That night in Amanda's apartment, Jennifer managed to give the babies a warm bath for the first time in weeks. As they slept side by side in the makeshift crib, she talked with her friend. "Amanda, I was lying," confessed Jennifer. "That's not exactly how things happened." "What do you mean?" "Tyler didn't have an accident," Jennifer lowered her voice. "He abandoned me when he found out they were twins." Amanda was silent, absorbing the revelation. "He said one child would be hard enough. Two was impossible," Jennifer continued. "He told me to choose between him and the children. When I refused to end the pregnancy, he just disappeared." "Jennifer, I made up the story about the accident because it was less painful than admitting I was abandoned while pregnant." She wiped her eyes. "People feel more sorry for a widow than for a single mother." "And you never heard from him again?" "He vanished completely, cancelled his phone, moved to another city, as if we never existed." Amanda hugged her friend. "You're stronger than you think, Jennifer. Raising two babies alone isn't easy." "I tried, Amanda. I swear I tried. But today, when I saw I didn't even have money to buy powdered milk," Jennifer sighed, "I thought maybe it would be better to give one of them to someone who could provide what I can't." "And Mr. Harrison, what did you think of him?" "He's strange," admitted Jennifer. "He seems rigid, but when he held Michael, I don't know, he seemed different." The next day, Richard showed up at Amanda's apartment with a concrete proposal. "I've set aside an entire floor in the company building," he announced. "It can be transformed into a complete daycare center." "Mr. Harrison," Jennifer held both babies, "may I ask a personal question?" "You may." "Why are you doing this? You don't know me. You owe me nothing." Richard was silent for a few seconds before answering. "Because I understand what it's like to lose someone important," he said simply. "Did you lose a child?" "I lost my entire family," Richard's voice grew hoarse. "My wife and my 5-year-old son. A car accident 20 years ago." Jennifer felt a lump in her throat. "Since then I've lived only for work," he continued. "Until last night, when I came home and realized I was thinking about your baby." "About Michael?" "Yes. I kept wondering if he was hungry, if he was cold." Richard looked at the twins. "It's been years since I've worried about anyone other than myself." Amanda watched her boss with surprise. She had never seen him show any kind of vulnerability. "So, do you accept the job?" asked Richard. "On one condition," said Jennifer. "I want a real contract. I don't want you to change your mind tomorrow and leave me with nothing." "Done." A week later, Jennifer was on the floor that would be turned into a daycare, taking the first measurements with an architect. The babies played in a corner with new toys Richard had bought. The space is larger than I imagined, she commented. I thought we could serve not only the employees of this company, but perhaps expand to other companies in the group, explained Richard. How many children do you plan to care for? Initially about 40, but it can grow. Jennifer did some mental calculations. You'll need at least 6 teachers, plus assistants, a nutritionist, a pediatrician. Hire whoever you need, said Richard. The budget is not a problem. Why are you trusting me so much? Richard watched Michael, who was trying to hold a colorful rattle. Because you were willing to give up your own happiness for the well-being of your children, he replied. That is the most important qualification for the position. During the next few weeks, Jennifer dedicated herself entirely to the project. She studied the best practices in early childhood education, visited model daycare centers in other cities, interviewed professionals. But something was bothering her. Richard spent at least 2 hours a day on the daycare floor, always finding an excuse to see Michael. It was as if he had developed an inexplicable attachment to the baby. Amanda, Jennifer talked with her friend during a break. Do you think Mr. Harrison is okay? How so? He acts strangely when he's near Michael. Yesterday, I found him humming a lullaby to him. Amanda smiled. Jennifer, Mr. Harrison never hums. Not even when he's happy about a business deal. So you noticed it too? Of course I noticed. In 15 years of working with him, I've never seen him show affection for anyone. Since the loss of his family, he completely closed himself off. Were you close before the tragedy? They were completely different people, Amanda grew nostalgic. He laughed, played with his son in the office, talked about his wife with pride. After the accident, he became a different person. What was he like before? Devoted to his family. He would leave important meetings to go to his son's school presentations. His wife, Catherine, always said she was lucky to have such a present husband. Jennifer felt a pang in her heart, imagining Richard as a loving father. What exactly happened? They were coming back from a family trip. It rained a lot that weekend. The road became dangerous, Amanda sighed. The car skidded on a curve. He was the only survivor. How did he deal with it? He never spoke about it. He went back to work a week later as if nothing had happened. But those of us who were close knew he was shattered inside. Jennifer finally understood Richard's strange behavior. He saw in Michael something he had lost years ago. The following week, the daycare began taking shape. The walls were painted with soft colors, educational toys were installed, cribs and high chairs arrived in trucks. Richard oversaw every detail personally, something unprecedented in his business dealings. Mr. Harrison, the architect, showed him the blueprint. Are you sure you want a separate room just for babies from 0 to 6 months? I am. Richard looked to where Jennifer was playing with Michael on the floor. I want it to be the best possible space for them. During lunch, Jennifer decided to speak frankly with Richard. Can I say something? Of course. You're getting too attached to Michael. Richard stopped eating and stared at her. What are you talking about? You spend more time with him than with me, and I'm his mother, said Jennifer calmly. Yesterday you even questioned the brand of diapers I use. I just want what's best for him. I know, but he is my son, Richard. I can't let you take the father's place. Jennifer's words hit Richard like a punch. He hadn't realized how involved he was becoming. You're right, he admitted after a long silence. I'm sorry if I overstepped. You don't need to apologize. I know your intentions are good, but I need you to understand, even while accepting your help, I am still their mother. What if I officially adopted one of them? The question came out of Richard's mouth before he could think. Jennifer was speechless. What? You said yesterday you can't support both. What if I took legal custody of one while you cared for the other? Richard, are you serious? Completely. It would be better for everyone. Michael would have everything he needs. Isabella would have her mother present, and you wouldn't have to live with guilt. Jennifer stood up abruptly from the table. You're crazy if you think I'm going to hand over my son. But you offered yesterday in the rain. That was desperation, shouted Jennifer, making other cafe customers look. I was desperate with no options. Today I have a job. I have hope. Jennifer, calm down, Amanda tried to mediate. No, Jennifer picked up both babies. I thought you were helping me out of kindness, but you actually want to steal my son. It's not stealing if you agree, argued Richard. I will never agree. Jennifer ran out of the cafe with the children. Richard stood still, not understanding what had just happened. Mr. Harrison, Amanda shook her head. Do you really think a mother would just give up her child like that? She offered herself. She was desperate, it was different. And now what do I do? Leave her be. If she wants to come back, she will. If not, respect her decision. But Richard couldn't get Michael out of his head. All afternoon he was restless, wondering if Jennifer could handle the children alone. That night, Amanda called him. Mr. Harrison, I have bad news. What is it? Jennifer didn't return to the apartment where she was staying. The landlord said she gathered her things and left this afternoon. Where did she go? No one knows. Richard felt panic. How would Jennifer survive on the street with 2 babies? Amanda, I need to find her. Sir, perhaps it's best to let her decide if she wants our help or not. I can't. She's with 2 small children, no money, no place to sleep. And what do you plan to do? I don't know, but I will search until I find her. Richard spent the night driving around the city, visiting shelters, hospitals, anywhere Jennifer might have gone, without success. The next day, he hired a private investigator. I want you to find this woman. He showed a photo Amanda had taken during lunch. Any specific problem? She's missing with twin babies. I need to know if they're okay. The investigator, John Thompson, took the case intrigued. It wasn't common for a wealthy businessman to look for a missing poor woman. Meanwhile, Jennifer had found shelter in a church in the Chinatown neighborhood. Father Anthony, a 70-year-old man, offered the small back room temporarily. My child, said the priest while she organized her few belongings, I can't leave you on the street, but I also can't keep you here for long. I understand, Father. I just need a few days to get organized. What happened? If you feel comfortable sharing, Jennifer told the whole story to Father Anthony, who listened in silence. This man, Richard, seems to have good intentions, he commented at the end. But I can't give up my child, Father, no matter how hard it is to care for both. No one is asking you to give them up, but perhaps it's possible to find a middle ground. How so? Do you know the story of Solomon? The king who had to decide between 2 mothers. Exactly. But in this situation, there aren't 2 mothers. There's a mother and a man trying to fill a void in his life. Do you think I should go back? I think you should talk calmly, without desperation, without pressure. Just an honest conversation about what's best for everyone. And if he still wants to adopt Michael, then you decide what to do, but at least you'll have heard the proposal with a clear mind. On the 3rd day of searching, John Thompson finally located Jennifer. I found her, he called Richard. She's in a church downtown. How are the babies? Apparently well. But, Mr. Harrison, I need to tell you something. What? I did some investigating into her past. The story she told about her husband doesn't check out. Richard felt his stomach turn. What do you mean? There was no accident. Her husband abandoned her when he found out they were twins. She lied? Apparently yes. Maybe out of shame or fear of judgment. Richard hung up, confused. On one hand, he felt betrayed by the lie. On the other, he understood why she had made up that story. He decided to go to the church in person. Jennifer, he called when he saw her in the small courtyard, breastfeeding Isabella, while Michael slept in the stroller. She looked up frightened. How did you find me? That doesn't matter. What matters is that you're okay, that the children are okay. I came here because I didn't want you to think I was taking advantage of the situation, she explained. I know about Tyler, Richard said, straight to the point. Jennifer turned pale. You investigated my life. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. But I ended up discovering the truth. So you know I'm a liar. Jennifer lowered her head. I don't deserve your help. Jennifer, look at me. She slowly raised her eyes. You lied about how the children's father left your life. You didn't lie about needing help, about loving your children, about being a good mother. But I lied. Out of pride, out of fear. I understand. If I were you, I might do the same thing. You're not angry? I'm disappointed you didn't trust me, but I'm not angry. What do you want from me, Richard? I want you to come back. I want you to accept the job. And I want to help you raise these children the right way. Without trying to separate them? Without trying to separate them, he promised. Father Anthony appeared in the courtyard. Sorry to interrupt. Jennifer, is this the man you told me about? Yes, Father. This is Richard Harrison. Pleasure, Mr. Harrison. May I have a word with you in private? Richard followed the priest to a private room. Mr. Harrison, Jennifer told me about your proposal. May I ask a direct question? Of course. What is your true motivation for helping this family? Richard thought carefully before answering. Father, I spent the last 20 years living like a robot. Work, sleep, work again. I have no friends, no family, no purpose beyond making money. And has that changed? When I held that baby in the rain, I felt something I hadn't felt in decades, responsibility for another person, genuine concern. And do you think that feeling justifies trying to break up the family? I don't want to break them up. That was a mistake on my part, Richard admitted. I want to help all of them, but I don't know how to do it without seeming like I have ulterior motives. Mr. Harrison, may I offer some advice? Please. Jennifer doesn't need a savior. She needs opportunities. Give her the tools to rebuild her life. Don't try to build a new life for her. What do you mean? The job you offered is excellent, but let her prove her worth professionally. Don't treat her like a protégé. Treat her like a competent employee. What about the babies? They're her children, not yours. You can be a friend, a mentor, maybe even a father figure someday, but always remembering that she is the mother. Richard nodded, understanding the message. Father, may I confess something? Of course. When I lost my family, I swore I would never get attached to anyone again. It was a way to protect myself from pain. And now? Now I realize that a life without affection isn't living, it's just existing. Do you want to start a new family? Not exactly, but I want to be part of those children's lives. I want to see them grow up. I want to help them when they need it. That's possible, but on Jennifer's terms, not yours. I understand. When they returned to the courtyard, Jennifer was changing Michael's diaper with the help of a nun. Sister Lucy was telling me that you also have a daycare here at the church, Jennifer commented. Small, but it's been running for 10 years, the nun confirmed. We serve children from the local community. What kind of methodology do you use? Very basic, unfortunately. We don't have the resources for modern equipment or specialized training for the caregivers. Richard watched the conversation with growing interest. Jennifer, he said, what if the company daycare also offered training for other institutions? What do you mean? You could develop a training program. You would teach other professionals to apply the same techniques you'll use at our daycare. That would be amazing. Jennifer's eyes shone. We could impact so many more children. Exactly. It would be a genuine social project, not just a corporate benefit. Jennifer looked at Richard with admiration. Do you really want to do this? I do, but this time I'll let you lead the project completely. I'll just provide the resources. And the boys? They'll grow up at the daycare watching their mother work and make a difference in other children's lives. Are you sure? I am. And Jennifer, yes? Thank you for finding me that rainy night. 3 months later, the corporate daycare was running at full speed. Jennifer had become a reference in early childhood education in the city, speaking at schools and universities. Michael and Isabella were healthy, happy, surrounded by other children and loving caregivers. Richard visited daily but always respected Jennifer's space as their mother. How is the training project going? He asked during a weekly meeting. Better than we expected, Jennifer showed reports. We've already trained educators from 15 different institutions, and financially, the project pays for itself. The companies that participate in the training contribute a fee that covers the costs. Jennifer, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Do you regret offering me Michael that night? Jennifer thought before answering. I regret having reached that point of desperation, but I don't regret meeting you. Why? Because you gave me the chance to rebuild my life. And most importantly, it gave me the chance to keep my children together. Do they still ask why I visit so often? Actually, they ask why you don't live with us. Jennifer smiled. And what do you tell them? That you're a very special family friend. Is that how you see me? As a friend? Jennifer blushed. Richard, I can't think about relationships right now. My priority is the children. I understand, and I'm not pressuring you. I just enjoy being close to you all. We enjoy having you around too. At that moment, Michael started crying in his crib. Without thinking, Richard went to him and picked him up. The baby immediately calmed down. He's very attached to you, observed Jennifer. And I'm very attached to him. To both of them, actually. Richard? Yes, Richard? Thank you for not insisting on the adoption. It was the right decision. How do you know? Because now they have a mother and someone who loves them as if they were his own children too. That's exactly what I am, smiled Richard. Someone who loves them as if they were my own children. 6 months had passed. The daycare had a waiting list. The social project reached communities throughout the metropolitan area, and Jennifer had become a nationally recognized professional. The twins were already walking and saying a few words. Michael had developed the habit of reaching out for Richard whenever he saw him, while Isabella was more attached to her mother. "Uncle Rich!" shouted Michael when Richard arrived for lunch. "Hi, champ!" Richard picked him up, smiling. "He made up that nickname for you," explained Jennifer. "I've been trying to teach him your full name, but he insists on Uncle Rich. I like the nickname." "Mom!" Isabella approached with a drawing in her hands. "Look what I made." Jennifer took the paper and saw colorful scribbles that vaguely resembled a family. "Who are these people, sweetheart?" "You, me, Michael, and Uncle Rich," Isabella replied proudly. Jennifer and Richard exchanged meaningful glances. "She drew the 4 of us as a family," murmured Jennifer. "That's how they see us," said Richard softly. "And how do you see us?" "As the family I never thought I'd have again." "Richard." "Jennifer, I know it's early to talk about this, but I want you to know. When I look at you and these children, I see my future. And me. How do I see myself in this? As a strong woman who taught me that I can still be happy, as an amazing mother who raised 2 wonderful children, and as someone I'd like to have by my side." Jennifer felt her heart race. "I need time, Richard." "I know, and I'll wait as long as necessary." "Why do you love me?" she asked suddenly. Because you showed me what real courage is. Because you never gave up even when everything seemed lost, and because... Richard stopped, searching for the right words. "Because when I'm with you and the children, I become the person I was before I lost everything." "What if it doesn't work out? What if it does?" Jennifer smiled for the first time in months. "Maybe we can try. Slowly, very slowly, with the children always coming first." That's exactly what I want. That evening, Richard had dinner at the apartment he had rented for Jennifer near the company. For the first time in years, he felt at home. "Uncle Rich, play with me?" Michael brought a toy car. "Of course, champ." As they played on the living room floor, Jennifer prepared dinner while watching them. There was something deeply moving about seeing that powerful man playing like a child. "Isabella, do you want to help Mommy in the kitchen?" she called. "I do." The girl ran to the kitchen. "Mom, is Uncle Rich sleeping here?" "No, sweetheart, he has his own house. But I want him to sleep here." "Why?" "Because then we're a real family." Jennifer swallowed hard. The children were missing a father figure, and Richard naturally filled that void. "Mom," Isabella tugged her blouse, "do you like Uncle Rick?" "Yes, I do, sweetheart." "Like you liked Daddy?" Jennifer stopped what she was doing. Isabella shouldn't remember her father. She was very little when he passed. "Do you remember Daddy?" "Not really, but you used to get sad when you talked about him. With Uncle Rick, you're happy." Her daughter's innocent observation made Jennifer reflect on her feelings for Richard. During dinner, the children dominated the conversation with their discoveries from daycare that day. Richard listened attentively to every word, asking questions and showing genuine interest. Michael learned to say thank you today, Jennifer shared. "Tanku Uncle Rick," said Michael, offering a piece of banana. "Thank you very much, Michael." Richard accepted the fruit, moved, and Isabella sang a whole song during music circle, Jennifer continued. "Which song?" "The one about the frog who won't wash his foot." Isabella began to sing off-key. Richard laughed genuinely, and Jennifer realized how beautiful that sound was. It had been so long since she'd seen him truly happy. After putting the children to bed, they sat on the couch to talk. "Jennifer, can I ask you something that's been on my mind?" "Go ahead." "That rainy night when you offered me Michael, how were you going to choose which one to give away?" Jennifer took a deep breath. "That's the question that's been torturing me ever since." "What do you mean?" "I had already chosen," she confessed. "I was going to give away Michael because he was born weaker, spent more time in the hospital. I thought he needed more medical care than I could provide. And now, do you regret that choice?" "Now I realize there's no right choice in a situation like that. Any decision would have been wrong and painful. But you never would have actually been able to give away either of them." "How do you know?" "Because I've known you for a few months now. You're incapable of abandoning someone you love." "Maybe you're right." "I'm sure I am." They talked late into the night about their plans for the future, about the children, about work. When Richard got up to leave, Jennifer walked him to the door. "Richard." "Yes?" "Thank you for saving me that night." "Jennifer, you're the one who saved me." "What do you mean?" "You gave me a reason to live again." 2 years had passed since that rainy night. Richard's daycare had become a national model, receiving visits from educators from all over the country. Jennifer had her own corporate pedagogy practice and was in demand by major corporations. Michael and Isabella, now almost 3 years old, were happy and healthy children. They called Richard Uncle Rick, but the whole neighborhood knew he was much more than an uncle to them. "Mom!" Michael appeared in the kitchen one Saturday morning. "When is Uncle Rick going to be our real dad?" Jennifer almost dropped her coffee cup. "Why do you ask that, honey?" "Because Chloe from daycare said a dad is the one who takes care of us every day, and Uncle Rick takes care of us every day." "Would you like him to be your dad?" "Yes, and Isabella would too." At that very moment, Richard arrived for Saturday breakfast, a tradition they had started a year ago. "Good morning, family," he greeted cheerfully. "Uncle Rick," Isabella ran to hug him. "Michael wants you to be our dad." "Is that so?" Richard looked at Michael, who nodded energetically. "What about you, Isabella? Do you want that too?" "Yes. Then you'll live here with us." Jennifer watched the scene with a heavy heart. The children showed such pure love for Richard that it was impossible to deny. "Kids," she approached, "let's have breakfast and talk about this later, okay?" During breakfast, Richard noticed Jennifer was quieter than usual. "Something wrong?" "Not exactly wrong, just thoughtful." "Can I help with something?" "Actually, yes. I need to talk to you in private later." After playing in the park with the children, Richard and Jennifer sat on a bench while Michael and Isabella ran around the little square. "Richard, I need to be honest about something." "What is it?" "I've fallen in love with you." Richard felt his heart race. "Jennifer." "Let me finish," she interrupted. "I fell in love with you months ago, but I'm afraid..." "Afraid of what?" "Afraid that you're confusing affection for the children with love for me." "What do you mean?" "You were empty, alone. We showed up and filled that void." "I'm afraid that's all it is." Richard took her hands. "Jennifer, look into my eyes," she obeyed. "I love you, not because you're the mother of the children I adore, but because of who you are. Strong, determined, caring, intelligent." "How can you be sure?" "Because when I imagine my future, I can't separate you from it. When I think about growing old, I want it to be by your side. And if I didn't have children, would you still love me?" "Jennifer, if you didn't have children, we probably never would have met. But if we had met another way, I'm sure I would have fallen in love just the same." "Why?" because of the way you treat people, your dedication, your strength. The babies just gave me the chance to see who you really are." Jennifer felt tears coming to her eyes. "I love you too, Richard. So what's the problem?" "I'm afraid the children are the only reason we're together. And if one day that's not enough anymore..." "Jennifer, can I tell you something I've never told anyone?" "Of course." "The night after I met you all, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about you, about what you had been through, the courage you showed. Really, when you offered Michael to me, it wasn't just a desperate mother. It was a woman making the greatest possible sacrifice for her son's well-being. I was desperate, you were. But even in despair, your concern was for them, not for yourself. That deeply impressed me. And what does that mean? It means I fell in love with who you are, not the situation we were in." At that moment, Michael tripped and fell in the playground. Instinctively, both Jennifer and Richard ran to help him. "Are you hurt, honey?" Jennifer examined the scraped knee. "Uncle Rick, it hurts." Michael reached out his arms to Richard. "Come here, champ, let's clean up this boo-boo." Richard carried Michael to a nearby fountain and carefully washed the wound, while Jennifer looked for a band-aid in her purse. "There," Richard put on the bandage. "Now you're a real warrior." "Thank you, Uncle Rick. You're the best dad in the world." "Michael," Jennifer started to correct him, but Richard interrupted. "No, it's okay." He knelt down to the boy's level. "Michael, I'm not your biological father, but I want to be your father in your heart. Can I be?" "Yes." Michael hugged Richard tightly. "And Isabella, do you want me to be your father in your heart too?" Isabella, who had watched the whole scene, ran to join the hug. "I do." Jennifer watched the three of them hugging and felt that finally her family was complete. "And you?" Richard looked at her. "Do you accept me as an official part of the family?" "I do," she answered without hesitation. "But on one condition." "What?" "No adoption papers or legal changes for now. I want us to be a family by choice, not by documents." "That's perfect with me." "And when the children grow up and ask about their biological father, we tell them the truth, that he wasn't prepared to be a father, but that doesn't diminish their worth. And about how we met, we tell them it was on a rainy night when a brave woman showed a lost man what really matters in life." Dear listener, if you're enjoying the story, please take a moment to like and especially subscribe to the channel. It really helps us who are just starting out. Now continuing. 1 year later, Jennifer and Richard got married in a simple ceremony in the daycare center's garden. Michael and Isabella were the ring bearers, wearing little white outfits and carrying the rings with the seriousness of adults. Father Anthony officiated the ceremony, recalling how he had met the family. 2 years ago, a desperate mother with 2 children came to my church, he said during the homily. Today I see a family united by true love. And Richard, the priest continued, you came to me lost, without purpose. Today, I see a fulfilled man, ready to be a father and husband again. After the ceremony, during the celebration, Amanda approached the couple. How you know you started a revolution at the company, right? How so? Asked Jennifer. After the daycare was created, other business owners began implementing similar projects. You've become a reference in corporate social responsibility. That's amazing! And there's more, Amanda smiled. Mr. Harrison has completely changed his leadership style. Before, he was feared. Now, he's respected and admired. She's right, Richard agreed. You humanized me. We all humanized each other, Jennifer corrected. You taught me a lot too. Like what? That accepting help isn't a sign of weakness. That too much pride can hurt those we love most. And that love can blossom in the most unexpected places, Richard added. 5 years had passed since that rainy night that changed their lives. Michael and Isabella, now 7 years old, attended a private school near the daycare that Jennifer managed. Richard's company had become a benchmark for social responsibility, with daycare centers and educational programs at all its branches. Jennifer was 4 months pregnant. It would be a boy, and they had already decided to name him Gabriel, after the angel who protected them during the toughest times. "Mom," Michael came running into the house. "The teacher said we have to do a presentation about our family at school." "What kind of presentation?" "Each of us will tell the story of how our parents met," explained Isabella, who was right behind him. Jennifer and Richard exchanged glances, smiling. "And do you know how to tell our story?" asked Richard. "We do," said Michael excitedly. "Mommy was in the rain with us when we were babies, and you showed up to save us. Like heroes in the movies," Isabella added. "Not exactly like in the movies," Jennifer gently corrected. "But it was just like that. And then you got married, and now we're going to have Gabriel." Michael touched his mother's belly tenderly. "That's right, sweetheart." That night, after putting the children to bed, Jennifer and Richard sat on the apartment balcony, watching the illuminated city. "Do you regret anything?" she asked. "Not having found you sooner," he replied without hesitation. "Even knowing everything we went through to get here. Especially because of that. The suffering was worth it because it brought us to this moment. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if you had simply given me money and gone on your way that night. I probably would have forgotten about our encounter in a few days, and you would have spent the money in a week. And now? Now we have a story to tell our grandchildren." Richard stroked Jennifer's belly. "Our grandchildren?" "Of course. Gabriel, Michael, and Isabella will have children one day. And we'll be the doting grandparents who tell stories about how love can blossom even in the most impossible situations. Do you think they'll believe it all started with an absurd proposal in the rain? They'll have to believe it. Because we'll have photos, documents, people who witnessed everything. What about Amanda? Amanda will be the godmother who shares details we forgot." Richard laughed. "Like the fact you hummed to Michael on the first day. You knew about that." "Everyone knew. Amanda tells that story every week." "I was nervous. I didn't know how to calm a crying baby. And now you know everything about children. I learned from the best teacher." Richard kissed Jennifer's forehead. "Who?" "You, of course. I didn't teach you anything. You discovered on your own that being a father is much more than biology. It's about being present. It's about loving unconditionally. It's about choosing a family every day, not just on the wedding day." They stayed silent for a few minutes, just enjoying each other's company. "Jennifer?" "Yes?" "I have a confession to make." "What?" "That first week when you disappeared from the church, I seriously considered trying to get custody of Michael." Jennifer turned to face him. "Really? Really? I even consulted a lawyer." "And what did he say?" "That it would be practically impossible since you were a present and capable mother, and that even if it were possible, it would be morally wrong." "And that convinced you?" "Actually, it was a conversation with Amanda that made me change my mind." "What did she say?" "That if I truly loved those children, I should fight to keep the family together, not to separate it." She was right. She was. And that's why I decided to change my approach. Instead of trying to take your place, I decided to earn a place beside you. And you did. We did. Because you don't build a family alone. The following Monday, Jennifer received an unexpected call at the daycare. "Hello, Jennifer. This is Teresa from St. Benedict's School." "Hi, Teresa. How can I help?" "We have a delicate situation here. A single mother with 2-year-old twins needs urgent help. I remembered your case. What happened to her?" "She lost her job during the pandemic, got evicted, has no family. She's literally on the street with the children." "Teresa, where is she now?" "In a temporary shelter, but she can only stay 2 more days. Can you bring her here to the daycare this afternoon? I want to talk in person." "Of course. Thank you, Jennifer." Jennifer hung up the phone thoughtfully. It was an opportunity to repay the help she had received. "What is it?" Richard appeared with Gabriel in his arms. The 6-month-old baby was happily drooling on his father's shoulder. "A mother with twins in a situation similar to what I went through. And you want to help?" "I do, but I don't know how. The same way we were helped, by giving opportunities, not charity." "Does she have any qualifications?" "I'll find out this afternoon when she comes here." At 3 in the afternoon, Teresa arrived accompanied by a woman of about 30, carrying two twin boys who looked malnourished. "Jennifer, this is Patricia Sullivan," introduced Teresa. "Hi, Patricia. Are these your sons?" "Yes, Peter and Paul." Patricia spoke softly, clearly embarrassed. "They're beautiful. How old are they?" 2.5. "Please sit down. Would you like something to drink? Do the children want milk? Would that be possible?" Patricia's eyes lit up. "They haven't had milk in 2 days." Jennifer felt a stab in her heart. She remembered perfectly the feeling of seeing her children hungry. While Patricia fed the twins, Jennifer listened to her story. "I worked at a private school as an educational coordinator. When the pandemic started, the school closed and never reopened. I became unemployed. And the children's father. He died in a motorcycle accident when they were 6 months old." Patricia's voice trembled. "I've been struggling alone ever since." "What kind of qualifications do you have?" "Pedagogy with a specialization in special education. I worked in the field for 10 years. Jennifer and Richard exchanged looks. It was as if fate was repeating itself. "Patricia, how would you feel about working at a daycare center?" "It would be a dream. But who would hire someone in my situation?" "We would," said Richard simply. "How?" "We're expanding the project to 3 new locations," explained Jennifer. "We need educational coordinators at each one." "Are you serious?" "Completely," Richard assured. "But first we need to resolve your housing situation." "I have an idea," Jennifer interjected. "The apartment above the daycare is empty. It was used as an office, but it can be adapted for temporary housing." "I can't accept charity," said Patricia, echoing the same words Jennifer had used years before. "It's not charity," explained Richard. "It would be part of the benefits package, functional housing close to work. And my children? They would attend the daycare for free as children of employees." Patricia began to cry. "Why are you doing this for me?" "Because someone did it for us when we needed it," Jennifer replied simply. "What do you mean?" "It's a long story. But in short, 5 years ago I was in exactly your situation. Richard helped me, and now we can help you." "You met in a similar situation?" "Very similar," Richard confirmed. "Jennifer was also on the streets with 2 babies, not knowing what to do." "And you helped them?" "She helped me more than I helped her." Richard looked at Jennifer with tenderness. "She taught me what a real family is." Patricia dried her eyes. "I accept the job, but I want a professional contract with clear goals and responsibilities." "That's exactly what we're going to do," Jennifer assured. 2 weeks later, Patricia was living in the adapted apartment and beginning her training at the main daycare center. Peter and Paul quickly adapted to the new environment and became friends with Michael and Isabella. "How are you feeling?" Jennifer asked during an evaluation meeting. "Like I've been born again," Patricia answered honestly. "The boys are eating well, playing with other children, learning new things every day. And you?" "I feel useful again. Contributing, not just receiving help. It's the best feeling in the world, isn't it?" "Yes. Thank you for giving me this chance." "Patricia, can I ask a personal question?" "Of course." "Do you blame the children's father for leaving so early?" Patricia was surprised by the question. "Sometimes, especially during the hardest times, but I know it wasn't his choice." "You're lucky," said Jennifer. "My twins' father abandoned us by his own choice." "How did you deal with that?" "With a lot of pain at first, but then I realized that people who abandon us during difficult times are actually doing us a favor." "How so?" "Imagine if Tyler had stayed only out of obligation. Imagine the bitterness, the conflicts, the tense environment for the children. I never thought of it that way. Now my children have a father who consciously chose them, who is present out of love, not obligation. Mr. Harrison seems to be a wonderful father. He's the best father they could have, precisely because it's not out of obligation." At that moment, Michael came running up. "Mom, Mom, Uncle Rich said I can help him in the office today." "Help how, sweetie?" "I'm going to organize his papers on his desk." Jennifer laughed. Richard had created small tasks for the children to make them feel useful in the work environment. "And Isabella?" She's going to help Amanda make important calls. What kind of calls? We're going to call other companies to talk about the daycare. Jennifer shook her head, amused. Richard had turned work into an adventure for the children. Patricia, do you see how children can grow up in a healthy professional environment? I do. It's inspiring. Next week, when you start at the new location, you can implement the same system. Let the employees' children feel like part of the environment. Won't that interfere with productivity? On the contrary, employees with happy and close children work with more peace and dedication. You've revolutionized the concept of a work environment. We just put people first. Profit is a consequence, not the main goal. That afternoon, Jennifer went to pick up Michael from Richard's office and found an adorable scene. He was organizing papers on a low table specially placed for him with the utmost seriousness in the world. "How's the work going, boss?" Jennifer joked. "Very well, Mommy. I've already organized all the important papers." "And what are important papers?" "They're the ones Daddy needs to sign to build more daycare centers." Jennifer was moved to hear Michael call Richard Daddy so naturally. "And where is your daddy now?" "In a very important meeting with important people to talk about important things." "Our son is in the important phase," observed Richard, appearing at the door of the room. "Our son," repeated Jennifer, savoring the words. "I love it when you talk like that. It's what he is, our son, just as much as Gabriel will be our son." "Daddy," Michael ran to hug Richard. "I finished the work. That's great. You're the best assistant I've ever had. Better than Aunt Amanda." "Don't tell her, but yes," Richard whispered conspiratorially. "And now are we going home to play?" "We are. But first we're going to pick up Isabella from Aunt Amanda's office. And then we'll all have dinner together." "Of course, champ." During dinner, Gabriel moved in Jennifer's belly more strongly than usual. "I think someone is eager to meet his siblings," she commented, running her hand over her belly. "Can I talk to him?" asked Michael. "Of course, sweetheart." Michael approached and put his mouth to his mother's belly. "Hi, Gabriel." "It's me, Michael, your big brother. You're going to like living with us. We have cool toys, and Daddy tells very good stories before bed." "And I'm Isabella," she joined her brother. "I'll teach you how to draw and sing beautiful song, and I'll teach you how to work in the office," completed Michael. Richard and Jennifer laughed at the children's promises to the baby who was coming. "They're going to be great big siblings," observed Richard. "They really are. And you're going to be an amazing father to Gabriel from day one. Unlike how it was with them, whom I met when they were a few months old." "Richard, do you think that makes a difference?" "In the love I feel, none. But I confess I'm eager to experience the full fatherhood experience from birth." "Are you afraid of anything?" "Of not being as good as I imagine I'll be," he admitted. "With Michael and Isabella, I had you to teach me. With Gabriel, I'll have to figure out a lot of things on my own." "You won't be alone. We'll figure it out together." That's true. Dear listener, if you're enjoying the story, take the opportunity to like and especially subscribe to the channel. It helps us a lot who are just starting out, now continuing. 3 months later, Gabriel was born on a Sunday dawn. Richard was present in the delivery room, holding Jennifer's hand throughout the entire process. "He's perfect," whispered Richard when the doctor placed the baby in his arms. "Just like Michael when he was born," observed Jennifer, still breathless from the delivery. "And he has Isabella's chin." "You think so?" "I'm sure." Michael and Isabella met their brother the next day in the hospital. Their reaction was one of immediate enchantment. "He's so tiny," whispered Isabella, delicately touching Gabriel's little hand. "Can I hold him?" asked Michael. "Yes, you can, but very carefully," taught Jennifer, helping him position his arms correctly. "Hi, Gabriel. I'm your brother Michael. I've been waiting for you for so long. And I'm your sister Isabella. Let's be best friends." Richard watched the scene with tear-filled eyes. "What are you thinking about?" asked Jennifer. "About how our lives have changed since that night." "For the better. Infinitely for the better. Even with all the chaos of 3 young children." "Especially because of the chaos," Richard smiled. "A house too quiet reminds me of the empty years. And now you're sure our house will never be quiet again?" "I hope not." 6 months later, the 3 daycare units were running perfectly. Patricia had become the general coordinator of the social project, visiting companies interested in implementing similar programs. "How is Patricia's work going?" Richard asked during a meeting with Jennifer. "Exceptional. She has a natural gift for dealing with skeptical business people." "Why skeptical?" "Because they think corporate daycare is an unnecessary expense. She proves it's a profitable investment." "How?" "By showing numbers, reduced absences, increased productivity, improved organizational climate." "And Peter and Paul, how are they adapting?" "Perfectly. Yesterday they asked if you could be their father too." Richard was surprised. "What did you say?" "That you're already a special father to all the children at the daycare." "And they accepted it?" "They did. In fact, they loved the idea of having a special father who cares for so many children." "Jennifer?" "Yes?" "Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a dream." "Why?" "Because my life has become so good it seems unreal." "Well, know that it is real, and that you deserve every moment of happiness, even after 20 years of living as a bitter man. Especially because of that. You paid your price in suffering. Now it's time to reap the fruits of love." That night, after putting the 3 children to sleep, Richard and Jennifer sat in the living room to talk. "Jennifer, can I ask a question that's been puzzling me for a long time?" "Of course." "If that night I had agreed to take Michael immediately, would you really have left?" Jennifer was silent for a long moment. "Honestly, I don't know. Maybe yes, in the heat of desperation. But afterward? Afterward, I would have gone crazy with regret. I would have moved heaven and earth to get my son back. And if I refused to give him back, I would fight in court, go to the media, make a scene. I wouldn't measure efforts. Good thing we didn't get to that point. Good thing, because this way everyone wins." "How is that, everyone?" "You gained a family. I gained a partner. The children gained a present father. And hundreds of other families gained opportunities through our project." When you put it like that, it seems like that rainy night was the best moment of our lives. It really was. We just didn't know it at the time. Jennifer. "Yes? Have you forgiven Tyler?" The question took Jennifer by surprise. "Why do you ask?" "Because I notice you never talk about him with anger, only with sadness." "It took me a long time to forgive. I spent months hating, imagining ways to get revenge. And what made you change?" "You." "Me?" "When I saw how you treat Michael and Isabella, I realized Tyler lost the chance to know 2 wonderful children. The loss is his, not ours. Do you think he regrets it?" "I don't know, and I don't care anymore. My focus is on the family I have now. Even if he showed up wanting to meet the children. Even then, Michael and Isabella have a father, you. The rest is in the past. What if the children wanted to meet him when they grow up? Then it would be their decision. But I would always make clear who was present throughout their lives." Richard stood up and kissed Jennifer tenderly. "I love you so much it sometimes hurts." "Hurts how?" "It hurts from happiness, from gratitude, from fear of losing all this." "You won't lose it. We won't let it happen." "How can you be so sure?" "Because our family was built on the foundation of conscious choice. Every day we choose to stay together. That is much stronger than anything else." 2 years had passed. Gabriel was already crawling around the house, following his older siblings everywhere. Michael and Isabella, now 5 years old, attended the most prestigious private school in the area. The daycare project had expanded to 12 units in New York City and 3 in other cities. Jennifer had a team of 40 educators working under her supervision. "Mom," Isabella appeared in the kitchen one Saturday morning. "The school teacher wants to talk to you and Dad." "About what, sweetheart?" "I don't know. She said it was important." "Any problems at school?" "I don't think so." She was smiling when she said it. On Monday, Richard and Jennifer went to the school to speak with Isabella's teacher. "Thank you for coming," said the teacher, Catherine Smith. "I wanted to talk about Isabella." "Is she having problems?" asked Jennifer, concerned. "On the contrary, she shows exceptional skills for leadership and caring for other children." "How so?" "Isabella naturally organizes games, mediates conflicts between classmates, helps younger children. It's as if she has a natural instinct for education." "Is that good or bad?" Richard wanted to know. "It's wonderful, but also unusual for a 5-year-old. Do you think it has to do with the environment she's growing up in? Certainly. Children who are around quality education every day naturally absorb these skills. And Michael, how's he doing? Michael is different from his sister. He shows interest in organization, planning, miniature business leadership. Business leadership? Richard laughed. He's 5 years old. Yesterday, he organized a class vote to decide what game to play at recess. He created rules, supervised the process, made sure everyone participated. Sounds familiar, murmured Jennifer, looking at Richard. What do you think about enrolling them in a special talent development program? What kind of program? Asked Jennifer. The school offers extra activities for children who show different abilities. It's not academic acceleration, it's developing natural potential. And you recommend it? Strongly, mainly because they have a very solid family structure to support them. What do you think? Richard looked at Jennifer. If they want to participate, it's fine by me. Let's talk with them at home and decide together. That night during dinner, they explained the proposal to Michael and Isabella. Would you like to participate in special activities at school? What kind of activities? Asked Michael. For you, it would be strategy games, organization projects, things like that, explained Richard. And for me, Isabella wanted to know, art education projects, conflict mediation, activities that develop your natural ability to deal with people, answered Jennifer. Sounds cool, said Isabella. Can I help children who are sad? Yes, sweetheart. Then I want to. And you, Michael? If it's to learn to be like Dad at work, I want to too. You don't have to be like Dad, corrected Jennifer. You can be like yourself, only even better. I get it. So it's decided? Asked Richard. Decided? They both answered in unison. After putting the children to bed, Richard and Jennifer met on the porch to talk about future plans. Do you think we're putting too much pressure on them? Asked Jennifer. Not if they're happy and developing naturally. It's just that sometimes I'm afraid that all this structure we've created is too heavy for such young children. Jennifer, what kind of structure did you grow up with? Very simple. My mother was a cleaner, my father a construction worker. We lived in a tiny 2-room house. And did that harm you? On the contrary, it taught me the value of hard work and humility. Then why would it be different with our children? Because they have opportunities I never had. And is that bad? No, but I'm afraid they'll get too used to having things easy. Jennifer, look at how they behave. They're normal children. They play, they fight, they throw tantrums when they don't get their way. That's true. The difference is, they also have age-appropriate responsibilities. That makes them more mature, not spoiled. You're right. And most importantly, they know everything they have was earned through hard work. You didn't just appear out of nowhere in their lives. What do you mean? They grew up watching you work hard to rebuild our family. They saw the effort, the dedication, the difficulties. That's a good perspective. It's the reality. Our children aren't privileged kids who had everything handed to them. They're children who watch their parents fight to build something better. And does that make a difference? All the difference in the world. The following year, Michael and Isabella excelled tremendously in the Special Talents program. Michael developed a toy company project at school, while Isabella created a help center for classmates who were struggling emotionally. The teachers are impressed, Jennifer told Richard. They say they've never seen such young children with such a developed sense of social responsibility. Where do you think that comes from? From the example they see at home. You dedicating your company to social projects, me focusing on quality education for everyone. And especially from you, who taught them from a young age that helping others is important. We taught them together. Jennifer? Yes? I have a proposal to make. What kind of proposal? How about we expand the daycare project to a national level? What do you mean? We could create a social franchise. Companies across the country could implement the model we developed. That would be incredible, but it would also be a huge responsibility. That's why I'm proposing that you lead the project nationally. Richard, that would mean traveling a lot, being away from the children. It would mean you'd become the leading reference in corporate early childhood education in the country. And our family? Our family would be proud of the mother who's changing the lives of thousands of other families. Would you support me even knowing I'd have less free time? Jennifer, you supported me when I decided to expand my company. Now it's my turn to support your professional dreams. And the children? The children will understand that their mother works to make the world better, and they'll have Daddy always present when you're traveling. Would you take on the household responsibilities alone? I'd take on any responsibility necessary for you to achieve your dreams. Why? Because I love you. And when you truly love someone, you want to see them grow and fulfill their potential, even if that means changes to our routine. Even then, Jennifer was moved by Richard's unconditional support. I accept the proposal, but on one condition. What? You'll be my official partner in the project. Jennifer, you don't need to... Yes, I do. It wasn't just money you invested in me. It was time, emotional energy, business knowledge. You deserve to be recognized as the project's co-creator too. Does that mean we'll be working together officially? It means we'll build a legacy together, for our family and for thousands of other families. I accept the partnership. Then we're partners in life and in work. Is there a better way to live? I can't imagine one. 5 years later, the project had expanded to over 200 companies in 15 American states. Jennifer Parker was nationally recognized as an expert in corporate early childhood education, while Richard Harrison had adapted all his companies to socially responsible models. Michael and Isabella, now 10 years old, were socially engaged children who actively participated in family projects. Gabriel, at 5, showed characteristics of both older siblings. Mum, Michael appeared in the room where Jennifer was working from home. Can I help you with tomorrow's presentation? How do you want to help, sweetie? By making colorful charts on the computer. I learned how to use the program at school. That would be great, but it's important data. It needs to be correct. I know. That's why I'll do it very carefully. Then yes, you can help me. And can I help too? Isabella appeared. Of course. What do you want to do? Can I rehearse the presentation with you? That way you can practice public speaking. Excellent idea. Gabriel appeared behind his sisters carrying his toys. I want to help too. And how do you want to help, little one? By being quiet so you can work. Everyone laughed at Gabriel's creative solution. Actually, said Jennifer, you can all really help me. How? By giving me ideas on how to make the presentation more interesting for the people who will watch. What people? Business owners who don't have daycare for their employees yet. Why don't they want to? Asked Michael. Because they think it will be too much work or cost too much money. But it doesn't cost, said Isabella. We see that our friends' dads and mums work better when they know their children are well cared for. How do you know that? Because we talk to our friends, explained Michael. They say that before having daycare at the company, the parents were always worried, called all the time, left work early. And now? Now they work peacefully because they know we are safe and happy. And they see us every day at lunchtime, Isabella added. Isabella, you notice these things by yourselves? We notice everything, said Gabriel, trying to join his older siblings' conversation. So can you give me ideas for arguments to convince these business owners? We can. That night, the whole family worked together, preparing Jennifer's presentation. Each contributed simple but effective ideas to demonstrate the benefits of corporate daycare. Done, announced Michael after finishing the colorful charts. Now your presentation is beautiful and easy to understand. And I wrote all the most important parts in simple language, Isabella completed. And I chose the prettiest colors for the slides, said Gabriel proudly. You are the best assistants in the world, praised Jennifer. And you are the best mom and businesswoman in the world, said Richard, who had arrived home during the preparation. How was your meeting? Great. We closed contracts for daycares in 5 new companies. 5 at once. How did you manage? I used the arguments you developed today. Richard pointed to the children. Dad used our ideas? Michael was thrilled. I did, and they worked perfectly. Does that mean we are partners too? Asked Isabella. It means you are special consultants for the company, Richard replied diplomatically. Do special consultants get a salary? Miguel joked. They get double allowance at the end of the month, negotiated Richard. Deal. Jennifer watched the interaction between Richard and the children with admiration. He had become the father they had always deserved to have. Richard? Yes? Can I ask a question that has intrigued me for years? Of course. That first night, when you saw me in the rain, what was your first thought? Richard scratched his head, remembering. Honestly? I thought you were trying to rob me. Really? Jennifer laughed. Really? A desperate woman running toward me in the rain? My first instinct was to run away. And what made you stay? The babies. When I saw you had 2 small children, I realized it wasn't a robbery. And when you understood I was offering one of them, that's when I got completely lost. I didn't know if you were crazy, desperate, or if it was some kind of elaborate scam. And now, how would you classify that moment? As the day my real life began. Your real life? The 20 years I lived before meeting you were just survival. Starting that night, I truly began to live. Even with all the difficulties we went through? Especially because of the difficulties, they strengthened us as a family. That night, after putting the children to bed, Jennifer and Richard sat down to talk about future plans. Jennifer, I have a confession to make. What? I still have nightmares about that time sometimes. What kind of nightmares? I dream that you disappear with the children again, that I can never find you all again. Richard, I know it's silly, but the fear of losing this family haunts me sometimes. Can I tell you something? Of course. I have similar nightmares too. Really? I dream that you wake up one day and realize you could have a much easier life without the 3 of us. Jennifer, that will never happen. How can you be so sure? Because I already had a life without you. They were the worst years of my existence. But you had money, success, freedom, and none of that was worth anything. Do you know what my routine was like before meeting you all? Not in detail. I woke up at 5, went to the gym, worked until 9 at night, came home and watched TV until I fell asleep. Weekends were more work or staying home doing nothing. It sounds lonely. It was desolate. I had no reason to wake up other than the obligation to work. And now? Now I wake up excited to see you 3, to see what Michael will come up with, how Isabella will surprise us, what new discovery Gabriel will make. That's a huge change. It's the best change that ever happened in my life. 2 months later, Jennifer received an invitation to speak at an international conference on early childhood education in Chicago. Richard, it's an incredible opportunity, but it would be 5 days away. You have to go. I'm afraid to leave you all for so long. Jennifer, it's 5 days, not 5 months, but we've never been apart for so long. It will be an interesting experience for all of us, and you'll come back with new ideas for our projects. What if the children miss me too much? They will, but they'll also be proud to have a mother who's internationally recognized. Do you really think I should go? I think you should, and we'll be here when you get back. Missing me? Missing you a lot, but also eager to hear everything you learned. All right, I'll accept the invitation. During the week of the trip, Richard experienced being a single father for several days in a row for the first time. It was an eye-opening experience. Daddy. Michael appeared in the kitchen one morning. Where's Isabella's blue shirt? What blue shirt? The one she always wears on Tuesdays. I don't know, son. Why does she need a specific shirt? Because it's presentation day at school, and she only feels confident in the blue shirt. Richard realized that Jennifer knew details about the children that he hadn't even imagined. Let's look for it together, he suggested. After 15 minutes of searching, they found the shirt at the bottom of the clean laundry basket. How does Mom always know where things are? Asked Isabella, relieved. Because she pays attention to everything you do and say, explained Richard. It's a mom's superpower. Do you have a dad superpower too? I'm learning, but I'm still not as good as your mom. You're good at other things, comforted Michael. Like what? Making animal-shaped pancakes and telling scary stories that don't give nightmares and giving hugs when we're sad. Richard Harrison was moved by the children's observations. Thank you for helping me be a better father." "You're welcome, Daddy," said both at the same time. When Jennifer Parker returned from her trip, she found a house running perfectly, but everyone missed her terribly. "Mom!" The three children ran to hug her at the airport. "I missed you so much." She hugged them all at once. "You've grown so much in these 5 days." "We haven't grown at all," protested Gabriel. "Yes, you have. You've become more independent, more responsible." "Daddy cooked every day," Isabella shared. "And he let us really help," Miguel added. "I made scrambled eggs by myself," said Gabriel proudly. "All by yourself?" "Well, Daddy held my hand," admitted Gabriel, making everyone laugh. On the way home, Richard shared about the challenges of the week. "Now I understand why you always seem to know everything happening with them," he said. "It's a matter of practice and constant attention. You make it look so easy, because I have years of experience, and because when you love someone, paying attention to details becomes instinct." "Jennifer." "Yes?" "This week proved something important to me." "What?" "That I can be the father they deserve to have, alone if necessary." "Why is that important?" "Because now I know our family works regardless of who's physically present. The foundation is solid. And what does that change? It gives me security to support your professional dreams without fear of our family falling apart. And it gives me security to dream big, knowing you can emotionally support our family when I'm not here. We're a good team. The best team in the world." That weekend, the whole family worked together planning the national expansion of the daycare project. "How many companies do you think we'll reach in the first year?" asked Jennifer. 100, guessed Miguel. 1,000, exaggerated Isabella. 2, said Gabriel, showing his little fingers. Gabriel was the most realistic, laughed Richard. We'll start with 5 pilot companies and grow gradually. Why not more? Miguel wanted to know. Because quality is more important than quantity, explained Jennifer. We prefer to make 5 perfect daycares than 20 with problems. How do you decide these things? Asked Isabella. By talking a lot, researching, testing small ideas before implementing big ones, answered Richard. And listening to smart people's opinions, added Jennifer, looking at the children. Are we smart people? Asked Gabriel. You're the smartest people we know, assured Richard, because you see things simply and honestly. That's very valuable. 3 years later, the National Corporate Daycare Project reached 500 companies across the United States. Jennifer had become an international consultant, spoke in several countries, and was writing a book about corporate early childhood education. Miguel and Isabella, at 13, actively participated in the family foundation that managed the social projects. Gabriel, at 8, showed signs he'd be even more entrepreneurial than his siblings. Mom, Gabriel appeared in the home office, I have an idea for the foundation. What idea, sweetheart? What if we made daycares for children of people who work on the streets? How do you mean? You know that man who sells water at the traffic light? He told me he has a little daughter and nowhere to leave her when he goes to work. Jennifer was impressed with Gabriel's social awareness. That's an interesting idea, but it would be very complex. Why? Because people who work on the streets don't have fixed schedules, don't have guaranteed income. It would be hard to organize. But we could try, at least for some children. Gabriel is right, said Michael, appearing at the door. We could start small, just to test. And I could help by taking care of the younger children, offered Isabella. Are you serious about this? We are, the 3 replied in unison. Richard appeared right behind the children. What are you talking about? The boys want to create daycare centers for children of street workers, explained Jennifer. Interesting. And have you thought about how to fund this? With money from the company's profits, suggested Gabriel. And who would take care of these children? Volunteers like we do on weekends at Father Anthony's church, said Isabella. And where would it operate? In spaces provided by partner companies, like we do with regular daycares, completed Michael. Richard looked at Jennifer, impressed. They've thought of everything. And the most amazing thing is that it makes sense, admitted Jennifer. Do you want us to study the feasibility of this idea? We do, the excited children replied. Then let's get to work. We'll do thorough research on the subject. In the following months, the family worked together developing the daycare project for informal workers. They discovered there were over 50,000 people in this situation just in New York City. "The problem is bigger than we imagined," said Jennifer during a family meeting. "But that means the impact could be much greater too," observed Richard. "How will we start?" asked Michael. "With a pilot project," explained Jennifer. 20 children in an experimental unit. "Can I suggest where?" asked Gabriel. "Of course. In the area where I met Mr. Manuel, who sells water. There are many workers with young children there." "How do you know?" "Because I talk with them when we drive by. They always tell me about their children." "Gabriel is right," agreed Isabella. "The area would be perfect. And we already have contact with potential beneficiaries," completed Michael. "You three should be official partners of the foundation," joked Richard. "Can we be?" they asked simultaneously. "When you turn 18, promised Jennifer. "That's so far away," complained Gabriel. "Time passes quickly," assured Richard. "It seems like just yesterday you were babies." "Daddy, do you remember when we were babies?" asked Isabella. "I remember every moment since I met you." "Tell the story again," requested Michael. "Which story?" "About how you met Mommy in the rain. You never get tired of that story." "Never, it's our favorite story, Ma," said Gabriel. "All right," Richard settled into the armchair. "It was a night of very heavy rain in New York City." Jennifer watched Richard telling once again the story of how they met. The children listened attentively, even though they knew every detail by heart. "And then your mother said the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life," continued Richard. "That she couldn't support both of you." The children completed in unison, "and offered one of you to me." Richard looked at Michael. "And you accepted," said Michael, proud to have been the chosen one in the story. "But then you realized that family doesn't separate," added Isabella. "And now we're all family forever," finished Gabriel. "Forever," confirmed Richard, looking at Jennifer with love. 2 years later, the daycare project for informal workers had expanded to 10 units in New York City and was being replicated in other capitals. Michael and Isabella, at 15, were exemplary students who dedicated part of their free time to the family's social projects. Gabriel, at 10, already showed leadership skills that impressed adults. Jennifer had launched her book, which became a national bestseller. Richard had transformed his company into the largest corporate social responsibility group in the country. "Jennifer," Richard came home one afternoon with an unusual proposal. "What is it?" "I received an invitation I want to discuss with you and the children." "What kind of invitation?" "To give a joint lecture at Harvard Business School." "At Harvard? In the United States?" "Yes, about the American model of corporate early childhood education." "Richard, that's incredible, but it would be our first international trip as a family." "And you're afraid?" "I'm afraid it might be too pretentious." "Jennifer, our project impacts over 100,000 children across the country. It's not pretension, it's reality." "When would it be?" "In 3 months during the children's vacation." "And could they come along?" "Not only could they, but they should." The invitation specifically included their participation. "What do you mean?" "They want to hear the perspective of children who grew up in the model we created. The children are going to speak at Harvard. They'll participate in a roundtable about education seen from a child's perspective." Jennifer was speechless. "This is surreal. It's recognition for the work we built together. We have to tell them. Let's gather everyone in the living room." When the family was together, Richard explained the invitation. "Harvard wants to meet you three?" Michael was impressed. "They do," confirmed Jennifer. But we don't speak English very well," worried Isabella. "We'll have interpreters. And you speak better English than you think." "I want to go," said Gabriel excitedly. "I'll tell them how great it is to grow up in a daycare. And I'll talk about what it's like to have parents who work together," added Isabella. "And I'll explain how our project helps other families," finished Michael. "So is it decided?" asked Richard. "Decided," shouted the 3 children. "Jennifer," Richard looked at her, "I accept, but with one condition." "What?" "We go as a family, not as famous speakers. I want the children to see this as an adventure, not an obligation. I completely agree. The trip to Harvard was a transformative experience for the whole family. The children were impressed by the university, made friends with students from various countries, and participated in the roundtable with surprising naturalness. How do you feel about being children of parents who work on the same project? Asked a professor during the roundtable. It's cool because we understand their work, answered Isabella. And we can help sometimes. Help how? By giving ideas, testing new games, talking with other children to find out what they like, explained Michael. And do you feel you lose time with your parents because of their work? No, said Gabriel into the microphone, because their work is taking care of children. So when they work, they're taking care of us too. Gabriel's answer generated enthusiastic applause from the audience. And what advice would you give to other children who have parents very busy with work? Michael thought before answering. That they talk with their parents about how work can include the family. Our parents work a lot, but we're always together. How so? We have lunch at the company every day. We help with projects when we can. We know the people who work with them. It's like the whole company is our big family, completed Isabella. And does that make you feel special? It makes us feel useful, corrected Gabriel. It's different. After the round table, several educators approached Richard and Jennifer to congratulate them. Your children are exceptional, commented a professor from Yale. They're normal children who grew up in an environment of love and responsibility, answered Jennifer. The naturalness with which they spoke about family, work, and social purpose is impressive. They grew up seeing that work can be a source of fulfillment, not just an obligation, explained Richard. And most importantly, Jennifer added, they grew up knowing they're part of something bigger than our nuclear family. How so? They know our work impacts other children, other families. That makes them feel responsible to contribute positively too. It's a unique family educational model. It's just love applied consciously, Richard said simply. Back in the United States, the family resumed their routine with renewed energy. The international success had opened doors for new projects and partnerships. Mom, Gabriel appeared in the kitchen one morning. Can I ask an important question? Of course, sweetheart. If that rainy night hadn't happened, where would we be now? The question took Jennifer by surprise. Why do you think about that? Because last night I heard you and Dad talking about how our lives changed. And what do you imagine would be different? Would you still be a teacher at a regular school? Probably. And would Dad still be sad and lonely? Maybe. And we three wouldn't have a father. Gabriel, you and your siblings would always have a mother who loves you very much. That's already a complete family. But it wouldn't be as great as now. Why not? Because now we have everything. Mom, Dad, important work, beautiful house, friends. And you think these things are most important? Gabriel thought carefully. No. The most important thing is that everyone loves and takes care of each other. Exactly. And we would have that even without money or important work. But it's good to have both, right? It's very good, Jennifer agreed, hugging her son. Especially because we achieved it together. Can I tell you something, Mom? Of course. Sometimes I thank my guardian angel for making you meet that night. Jennifer felt tears in her eyes. And what else do you tell your guardian angel? I ask him to take care of other families who are sad like you were, for them to find happiness too. Gabriel, do you know you're a very special child? I'm not special. I'm just lucky to have the right family. That night, Jennifer told Richard about the conversation with Gabriel. He's deep for his age, Richard observed. They all are. I think growing up in an environment where we discuss social problems develops different awareness. Jennifer. Yes? Can I confess something I've never said? Of course. Sometimes I'm afraid all this is temporary. How so? I don't know. Afraid to wake up one day and discover it was all a dream. Richard, look around. This house, these children, our work, our life. It's all real. I know. But it's so good it seems impossible. You know why it's so good? Why? Because it was built consciously. Every choice we made considered the family's well-being. That's true. And most importantly, because it has stood the test of time. It's been 8 years together already. If it were an illusion, it would have ended by now. You're right, and there's something else. What? Our story is too real to be a dream. Dreams don't have so many complicated details. What complicated details? Gabriel's tantrums at 7 in the morning, Michael's arguments with Isabella, my PMS episodes, your excessive organization habits. Richard laughed. True, in a dream, everything would be perfect all the time. And our life isn't perfect, it's just very, very good. It's the difference between fantasy and solid reality. Exactly. Dear listener, if you're enjoying the story, please take a moment to like and especially subscribe to the channel. It really helps us who are just starting out. Now continuing. 10 years had passed since that rainy night that changed their lives forever. Michael and Isabella, now 18, were finishing high school and preparing for university. Gabriel, at 13, was already showing interest in continuing the family legacy. The foundation created by Richard and Jennifer had become the largest corporate early childhood education organization in Latin America, impacting over 500,000 children in 8 countries. Mom, Michael appeared in the room where Jennifer was working. I need to talk to you about my plans for college. Of course, honey, what have you decided? I want to study business with a focus on social responsibility. To work at the foundation? To expand the projects even further? I have ideas to bring the American model to other continents. Those are ambitious plans. I learned from the best teachers, Michael smiled. You always said that small dreams are a waste of potential. What about Isabella? Has she decided too? She wants to study child psychology. She says she wants to better understand how to help traumatized children. Those are choices that make sense considering how you grew up. And Gabriel? Gabriel wants to revolutionize the world. Michael laughed. Yesterday he told me he wants to create daycare centers in space for astronauts' children. At least he dreams big. Definitely. That afternoon, the whole family gathered to talk about the future. Richard and I were thinking about something, Jennifer began. What? The children asked. What if we organized a special celebration for our family's 10th anniversary? What kind of celebration? Isabella wanted to know. A party for all the families that have been impacted by our projects, explained Richard. All of them? Gabriel got excited. That would be thousands of people. Exactly. A big gathering in a public park. With activities for all ages, Jennifer added. And we would take the opportunity to officially launch the International Daycare Project, Richard added. Can I help organize? Asked Michael. Can I take care of the children's activities? Offered Isabella. And I can, Gabriel thought. I can be the master of ceremonies. Master of ceremonies? Yeah, I'll introduce you to everyone and tell our story on stage. Gabriel, are you sure? There will be thousands of people, Jennifer warned. I am. No one knows our story better than me. Actually, he's right, agreed Richard. Gabriel has always been the best storyteller in the family. So it's decided? Asked Jennifer. Decided, everyone answered. In the months of preparation for the event, the family worked together, organizing every detail. The party would be in Central Park, with space for 50,000 people. Mum, Gabriel appeared in the office 2 days before the event. I wrote the speech I'm going to give on stage. Can I hear it? Of course. Gabriel cleared his throat theatrically. Good afternoon, special people. My name is Gabriel, and I'm going to tell you the most beautiful story in the world. Go on, encouraged Jennifer. 10 years ago, on a night with very heavy rain, a brave mother went out on the street with 2 babies. She had no food, no home, no hope, but she had a lot of love. Wow, Gabriel. That mother's name was Jennifer, and the babies were my siblings Michael and Isabella. They were so small they don't remember anything about what happened next. And what happened next? My mother met my father on a dark street. My father's name was Richard, and he was very sad because he hadn't had a family for a long time. Go on. My mother offered one of the babies to my father because she thought that way at least one child would have a better life. But my father was smart and realized that family doesn't separate. And then? Then they decided to build a new family, where everyone took care of everyone, and they discovered that when families are happy, they want to help other families be happy too. And that's how the daycare centers were born? Yes. And today thousands of children have a place to play and learn while their parents work. All because a courageous mother and a lonely father met on a rainy night. Jennifer was crying when Gabriel finished. Gabriel, this speech is beautiful. It's our true story. It couldn't be different from what actually happened. And how will you end it? By saying that true love multiplies. When a family is happy, it spreads happiness to other families. Perfect, son. Mom? Yes? Thank you for being brave that night. Why? Because if you hadn't gone out in the rain, I wouldn't exist and our family wouldn't exist. Gabriel, it's true I was only born because you fell in love, and you only fell in love because that night happened. I never thought of it that way. So that awful night turned into the most important thing that ever happened to our family. You are absolutely right, my love. On the day of the celebration, 50,000 people attended Central Park. Families from all regions of the country came to celebrate the impact of the educational projects. When Gabriel took the stage to tell the family's story, a respectful silence fell over the crowd. Good afternoon, special people, his childlike voice echoed through the speakers. Do you want to hear the most beautiful story in the world? The crowd responded enthusiastically. Then pay attention, because I'm going to tell you how a terrible night turned into the best thing that ever happened. Gabriel told the whole story with details, theatrical gestures, and genuine emotion. When he reached the end, thousands of people were crying along with him. And today, Gabriel concluded, all of you families are here because that courageous mother and that lonely father proved that true love multiplies. And do you know what the best part of this whole story is? What? Shouted someone from the crowd. It's that it keeps happening. Every day, new families meet through our projects. Every day, children get better opportunities. Every day, fathers and mothers discover how to balance work and family. The applause lasted more than 5 minutes. Richard and Jennifer went on stage to hug Gabriel, while Michael and Isabella joined the family in the spotlight. And now, Richard announced into the microphone, we are pleased to announce that the corporate daycare projects will expand to 10 new countries. The crowd erupted in celebration. Because, Jennifer continued, we believe that every child deserves a safe place to grow while their parents work to build a better future. And because, said Michael, taking the microphone, our generation will continue this work when you are older. And because, Isabella added, multiplied love always turns into social transformation. And because, Gabriel finished, our story proves that miracles happen when good people meet at the right moments. The celebration continued until late afternoon with cultural performances, games for children of all ages, and emotional testimonials from families helped by the projects. Jennifer, a lady about 60 years old, approached at the end of the event. Hi, how can I help? I wanted to thank you personally for what you did for my daughter. Your daughter, Patricia Sullivan. You helped her 5 years ago when she was desperate with the twins. Mrs. Carmen, Jennifer hugged the lady. How is Patricia? Wonderful. Coordinating 3 daycares in Boston. The boys grew up healthy and happy. And how are you? Proud of my daughter and grateful that you gave her a chance when no one else would. Mrs. Carmen, may I introduce my family? Of course. This is my husband, Richard, and these are our children, Michael, Isabella, and Gabriel. They are beautiful and so polite. I saw Gabriel's presentation on stage. Thank you, Mrs. Carmen, said Gabriel. Did you like the story? I cried from beginning to end, my boy. It's our true story. And what a beautiful story. You are a blessed family. Would you like to learn more about our projects up close? Offered Richard. I'd love to. Then next Sunday you'll come for lunch at our house. I'll invite Patricia too. It would be an honor. 2 weeks later, during Sunday lunch at Richard and Jennifer's house, the 3 generations gathered to celebrate. Mrs. Carmen had brought Patricia, Peter, and Paul. Richard's family welcomed everyone with special affection. "Uncle Richard!" Peter and Paul, now 8 years old, ran to hug him. "My champions, how are you?" "Great! Mom said you're our special family." "And you are our special family too," replied Richard. During lunch, the children played together while the adults talked about future projects. "Patricia, how is it going coordinating 3 units?" asked Jennifer. "Challenging, but rewarding. Each daycare has its own personality. And the expansion plans? I'm studying the possibility of opening 2 new units by the end of the year. And financially, the project sustains itself now. The partner companies cover the operational costs." "Mrs. Carmen, are you proud of your daughter?" asked Richard. "Very proud," replied the lady. "After all she went through, seeing where she is now is a miracle." "It wasn't a miracle," corrected Patricia. "It was hard work and opportunity at the right time. And good people who believed in you," added Jennifer. "Like you believed in us that night," said Michael suddenly. Everyone looked at him. "What do you mean?" asked Patricia. "Our story started just like yours," explained Isabella. "Mom was desperate with us and Dad showed up to help." "Do you know all the details?" asked Mrs. Carmen. "We do," said Gabriel. "And we like to tell it to people who went through similar situations." "Why?" "To show that there is always hope," replied Michael calmly. "And that good people exist and are willing to help," completed Isabella. "You 3 are very mature for your age," observed Patricia. "It's because we grew up knowing that our family is special," explained Gabriel. "Not because we're rich, but because we truly love each other. And because we learned that when we receive help, our job is to help other people too," added Michael. "It's a cycle of kindness," philosophized Isabella. Mrs. Carmen discreetly wiped her eyes. "I've never seen children speak with such wisdom. It's because they had exceptional examples," said Richard, looking at Jennifer with admiration. "We all learned together," corrected Jennifer. "This family taught me as much as I taught them." "What do you mean?" "Richard taught me that accepting help is not weakness. The children taught me that unconditional love is possible, and altogether taught me that family is built day after day." "And you? What did you teach all of us?" asked Richard. "That courage sometimes means asking for help, and that a true mother makes any sacrifice for her children, but a wise mother knows when to stop sacrificing and start building." Patricia became thoughtful. "Jennifer, can I ask a personal question?" "Of course." "Did you ever regret not giving up one of the children that night?" "Never," she replied without hesitation. "Because I realized that the problem wasn't having 2 children. The problem was not having the structure to take care of them properly. And Richard gave you that structure. Richard gave me the opportunity to build that structure. There's an important difference." "What?" "If he had simply solved all my problems, I would have become dependent. But he gave me tools to solve them myself. That made all the difference." "How so?" "He could have hired a nanny to take care of the children and given me any job. Instead, she offered me the chance to use my background to create something revolutionary." "And did that change your self-esteem?" "Completely. Instead of feeling like a charity case, I felt like a competent professional again." "Mrs. Carmen," Richard intervened. "Patricia followed the same path. We didn't give ready-made solutions. We gave her opportunities to build her own. And today she's one of the most capable coordinators in the project," added Jennifer. "Mom," Gabriel tugged Jennifer's blouse. "Can I say something?" "Of course, honey." "I think that rainy night was the most important day in the history of the world." "The whole world," Richard teased. "Our world," Gabriel corrected, "because it changed the lives of everyone we know." "How so?" "Amanda keeps working with you because she's happy to see Dad joyful. Patricia has a new life. Mrs. Carmen has a fulfilled daughter. The kids at the daycares have a safe place." "Gabriel is right," said Michael. "One decision that night affected thousands of people. And it will affect many more when our projects expand to other countries," added Isabella. Mrs. Carmen shook her head, impressed. "These children see connections that many adults can't. Because they grew up understanding that individual actions have collective consequences," explained Jennifer. And that true family isn't limited to blood relatives, Richard added. After lunch, the families gathered in the living room to plan the next steps for the social projects. "We have a new proposal," announced Richard. "What kind of proposal?" asked Patricia. "We want to create a training program for mothers in socially vulnerable situations." "How would it work?" "We'd offer professional training in early childhood education for women who need work opportunities," explained Jennifer. "And where would these women work after graduating?" "In the very daycares we're expanding," said Richard. "It's a complete cycle. You'd train professionals and create jobs for them at the same time." "Exactly. And most importantly, women who've faced similar struggles tend to be more empathetic with other mothers in comparable situations." "Like me," realized Patricia. "I understand the difficulties of the mothers who use our daycares because I've been through it myself." "Precisely," confirmed Jennifer. "And the children?" asked Michael. "Can they participate in the program too?" "How so?" Richard wondered. "They could help by testing the educational activities the mothers are learning to apply." "That's a brilliant idea," said Isabella. "The children would give honest feedback about what works and what doesn't. And it would be fun for everyone," added Gabriel. "You three never stop surprising me," observed Patricia. "We just think as a family," explained Michael. "When everyone contributes, the outcome is better. And more fun, too," added Isabella. 3 months later, the training program started operating at a pilot location in Queens, New York City. 15 women participated in the first group, including some who had been beneficiaries of the daycares years earlier. "How are you all feeling?" Jennifer asked during the first week of classes. "Like we're living a dream," replied one of the students, Samantha Peters. "I never imagined I could work in education," confessed another, Victoria Sanders. "I always thought I needed a college degree for that." "Academic training is important, but life experience counts for a lot too," explained Jennifer. "You understand the needs of families in a very real way. And does that make a difference in the work?" "A huge one. Mothers who know what it's like to fight for their children are more dedicated, more creative in solving problems, more sensitive to the children's needs." "Jennifer," called Samantha, "may I ask a personal question?" "Of course." "Is it true that you also went through difficulties with your children?" "It's true." "How was it?" "How was—" Jennifer told her story briefly to the students, who listened in respectful silence. "And today you're a national reference," said Victoria admiringly. "Today I have the chance to repay the help I received," corrected Jennifer. "That's the true reward. Can we also get to where you are?" "You can go much further. You have life experiences that I didn't have, perspectives that I don't have." "How so?" "Each of you has a unique story of overcoming. That's valuable knowledge that can benefit other families. I never thought my story could help anyone. It can, and it will. When you're working in the daycares, you'll find mothers going through difficulties similar to what you went through. And then you'll know exactly how to help because you've been in their place." That afternoon, Richard showed up at the experimental unit to check on the program's progress. "How are the classes going?" he asked Jennifer. "Better than we expected. These women have impressive dedication. And the children who are participating? Loving it. Yesterday they created 5 new games just during one class." "Jennifer?" "Yes?" "I have some news that might interest you." "What news?" "I got a call from Harvard University. They want to do an academic study on our methods." "A study to scientifically document the results of our educational model. That would be incredible to validate our work. And it would open doors for implementation in other countries with academic backing. When would this study start?" "Next semester. A team of researchers would come monitor our projects for 6 months. And would the participating families agree?" "It would be voluntary, but I imagine many would agree to contribute to research that could benefit other children. Let's propose it at the parent meeting next week." "Jennifer?" "Yes?" "Sometimes I still can't believe we've come this far." "Why not?" "Because it started so improbably. A desperate woman offering a child in the rain. And it turned into a support network that impacts thousands of people. It's almost poetic. It's proof that small acts of kindness can have huge consequences. And that true love always multiplies. Like Gabriel said in the speech. He's right. Our love has multiplied to include all the families we help. And it will keep multiplying through future generations. Michael and Isabella already show that every day. And Gabriel will surprise everyone with his ideas. Our family has become a living legacy of social transformation. And it all started with a conversation in the rain. 2 years later, the Harvard study was published and gained international recognition. The American corporate early childhood education model was recognized as the most effective in the world. Michael was finishing his first year of business administration at Columbia University, always with excellent grades and active participation in university social projects. Isabella had chosen psychology at the same university, specializing in child development. Gabriel, at 15, already spoke 3 languages and led a group of young social entrepreneurs at his school. Jennifer. Richard came home one afternoon with an official envelope. What's that? An invitation to receive a municipal decoration for services rendered to early childhood education. A decoration? Medal of Honor for social merit. We'll be honored by the mayor. Richard, that's incredible. And there's more, they want the children to participate in the ceremony too. Why? Because the project was developed as a family initiative. They want to recognize everyone's participation. The children will be so moved. I've already told them. Gabriel said he's going to give another speech. Of course he is, Jennifer laughed. He loves public speaking. Speaking of Gabriel, I need to talk to you about him. Did something happen? He came to me yesterday with a proposal. What kind of proposal? He wants to create a parallel project for youth aged 15 to 18. What do you mean? A social project incubator within the foundation. Young people would develop their own initiatives with our mentorship. What did you think of the idea? Brilliant, but also too complex for him to lead alone. Did he suggest partnerships? He suggested working together with Michael and Isabella during their university breaks. All 3 of them together? Exactly. A new generation taking on part of the family projects. Jennifer, do you think we're pressuring them to follow in our footsteps? I don't know, sometimes I wonder that too. Do they show genuine interest or just a sense of obligation? They seem genuinely enthusiastic, but they're our children. It might be hard for them to express if they want something different. What do we do then? We talk openly with each one, individually, to make sure they're choosing freely, to make sure they know we'd support any career choice they make. Even if they decided not to work with social projects? Even then. That week, Richard and Jennifer spoke separately with each child. Michael, Jennifer sat with him on the porch. Can I ask you something honestly? Of course, Mom. Do you really want to work with social administration, or are you doing it because you feel we expect it of you? Michael thought before answering. Mom, I remember growing up watching you both work together, seeing how fulfilled you felt when helping other families. And that influenced you? It influenced me to want to feel the same fulfillment you feel. But what if you discover your fulfillment lies elsewhere? Then I'll change fields. You've always said a career isn't a prison. And you know we'd support any choice? I know, but I also know I've found something that truly moves me. What moves you? Seeing families rebuilding themselves through our projects. It's like watching miracles happen every day. Michael, are you sure this is what you want? I am, Mom, but I want to expand into areas you haven't explored yet. Like what? Financial education for low-income families. Often the problem isn't lack of money, but lack of knowledge about how to manage what little they have. Jennifer was impressed by her son's depth of insight. That's an area we really haven't explored. And it could revolutionize how vulnerable people handle resources. Have you researched this? Yes, and I discovered it's a nearly unexplored field in the United States. Michael, I'm proud of your maturity and social vision. I learned from the best examples. 2 days later, Richard spoke with Isabella. Daughter, I want you to be honest with me. I always am, Dad. Is child psychology truly your passion, or did you choose it because it fits with our projects? Isabella smiled. Dad, since I was little, I've enjoyed helping other children when they're sad or scared. That's true. And when I started studying psychology in high school, I discovered there's a science behind what I do intuitively. And that excited you. It fascinated me. I want to understand how children's minds work, especially those who've experienced trauma. Because of our history, not only, but our history helped me understand that resilient children can become transformative adults. How so? Michael and I went through a traumatic moment when we were babies, but the love we received turned us into people who want to help others. And you want to study this process? I want to understand how to replicate this result with other children who have experienced trauma. Isabella, that's very noble. Dad, can I confess something? Of course. Sometimes I feel guilty for having been lucky when so many other children continue to suffer. Daughter, I know it's not our fault that we found a good family, but I feel I have a responsibility to repay this luck. And that's why you chose psychology? For that reason, and because I truly love the field. When I help a child overcome trauma, I feel like I'm honoring the second chance I received in life. Richard hugged Isabella emotionally. You make me proud every day. Thank you for choosing me as your daughter, Dad. Thank you for choosing me as your father. In the conversation with Gabriel, Jennifer discovered even more surprising insights. Gabriel, you're only 15. You don't need to decide your future now. I know, Mom, but I already know what I want to do. And what do you want? I want to democratize quality education. How so? I want poor children to have access to the same type of education that rich children have. That already exists in good public schools, but not in the necessary quantity. And mainly, it doesn't exist integrated with family support. Explain further. Mom, what good is a good school if parents can't help with homework because they work too much? That's an interesting observation. Our projects solve part of the problem, but I want to solve the whole problem. How? By creating community centers that integrate early childhood education, job training for parents, and psychological support for families. Gabriel, that would be a gigantic project. That's why I'll study hard and prepare for years before trying to implement it. And if you discover it's impossible, then I'll adapt until it becomes possible. You always say, big dreams start with small steps. And do you have an idea what the first steps would be? Finish high school with the best grades possible. Complete 2 college degrees. 1 in education and 1 in public administration. 2 degrees. I need to understand both the educational side and the public management side to implement a project of this scale. Gabriel, are you sure you want to dedicate yourself so much to a cause? Mom, you dedicate yourself. Dad dedicates himself. Michael and Isabella dedicate themselves. Why would I be different? Because you're still very young, you might change your mind. I might, but I doubt I will. You know why? Why? Because I grew up seeing the joy you all feel when you help other people. I want to feel that same joy. And if you don't, then I'll look for another way to contribute. But I know I want to contribute in some way. Jennifer hugged Gabriel with pride and concern. You scare me sometimes. Why? Because you think like an adult in a teenager's body. I learned from a family that thinks big. Just don't forget to be a child too. I don't forget. Yesterday I spent 3 hours playing video games with my friends. Good, laughed Jennifer. I need you to have a normal childhood too. I do, but a childhood that prepares for a future with purpose. 2 months later, during the municipal awards ceremony, the family took the stage to receive the Medal of Honor for social merit. This family, said the mayor during the speech, represents the very best of the human capacity to turn difficulties into opportunities. They started a quiet revolution in how companies view social responsibility and proved that investing in early childhood education isn't an expense. It's an investment in society's future. When Gabriel approached the microphone to thank everyone on behalf of the family, the audience was already emotional. Mr. Mayor, distinguished guests, dear families, began Gabriel with impressive maturity. This medal isn't ours. It belongs to all the mothers and fathers who believed their children deserved better opportunities. It belongs to the children who grow every day in a safe and educational environment while their parents work. It belongs to the dedicated professionals who chose to work with love instead of just working for money. And most of all, it's proof that when a family decides to make a difference, an entire community can be transformed. The applause was long and emotional. Many people in the audience were openly crying. "But I want to say something important," Gabriel continued when the applause died down. "Our family isn't special because we have money or recognition. Our family is special because we decided that true love always multiplies. And today, receiving this honor, we renew our commitment to continue multiplying love through education, because we believe that every child deserves to grow up knowing they are loved and that they have the potential to change the world. Thank you, New York City, for being the city where our story began. And thank you to all the families who are part of this story with us." The audience rose for a 5-minute standing ovation. Richard and Jennifer cried with pride for their children. "Gabriel outdid himself," whispered Richard. "All three of them exceeded any expectations we could have had," replied Jennifer. "And now we prepare for the next phase, them taking on more and more responsibilities in the projects. Are you ready to share the spotlight? I'm proud to share it. It's a sign that we raised them well." After the ceremony, the family went to a special restaurant to celebrate. "Dad," Michael raised his glass of soda, "I want to propose a toast." "To what?" asked Richard. "To the best decision you ever made in your life." "What decision?" "Stopping in the rain to listen to our mother 10 years ago." "Michael," Jennifer got emotional. "It's true," agreed Isabella. "If he had ignored her and kept going, none of this would exist. And most importantly," added Gabriel, "I wouldn't exist." "So the toast is to the ability to listen to the heart even when the mind says to run away," proposed Richard. "To the heart that brought us here," agreed Jennifer. "To the heart that will take us even further," the three children said together. 3 years later, Michael was graduating with a business degree and had already implemented the financial education program for low-income families in 20 communities. Isabella was in her 3rd year of psychology and was interning at the foundation itself, developing care protocols for children in vulnerable situations. Gabriel, at 18, had been accepted into both education and public administration programs, deciding to pursue both degrees as he had planned. "Mom," Gabriel appeared in the office with a folder of documents. "What is that?" "My high school senior project." "About what?" "About the long-term impact of the children who grew up in our programs." "What do you mean?" "I researched what happened to the first children who attended our daycare centers 10 years ago. And what did you find?" "That 89% of them had academic performance above the national average." "That's incredible. And 76% of the families achieved significant social mobility." "Gabriel, how did you get this data?" "I contacted all the families who participated in the project from the beginning." "By yourself?" "With Miguel's and Isabella's help. They helped me organize the research and conduct the surveys." "And all the families responded?" 94% of them. And do you know what the most moving result was?" "What?" 67% of the children who grew up in our daycare centers show an interest in careers that involve helping other people." "Did we manage to raise a more compassionate generation?" "We managed to prove that an educational environment based on love and social responsibility shapes better people." Jennifer hugged Gabriel with pride. "Where will this project be presented?" "At the school science fair. But I also want to present it at the Foundation's next annual meeting." "Why?" "Because it proves our work has lasting results. We're not just taking care of children today, we're shaping the adults who will transform society tomorrow." "Gabriel, you continue to surprise me." "I just have good examples, Mom." That evening during dinner, Gabriel presented his research to the whole family. "The most interesting result," he said, showing hand-drawn charts, "is that children of parents who work in family-friendly environments tend to prioritize family in their own lives." "How did you measure that?" asked Michael. "I asked the teenagers about their future plans. Most want to start families and work in something that allows balancing personal and professional life. It's the opposite of what happened with the previous generation, observed Isabella. How so? Richard wanted to know. Before, people thought professional success required sacrificing family life, she explained. Our generation grew up seeing it's possible to have both. Through your example, added Michael. And hundreds of other parents working at partner companies, corrected Jennifer. Gabriel, what's your final conclusion about the research? Asked Richard. That consciously applied love has measurable and lasting results. Elaborate further. When parents work in environments that respect their family needs, they feel more fulfilled. Fulfilled parents raise more confident children. Confident children become adults who prioritize collective well-being. It's a virtuous cycle, summarized Jennifer. Exactly, and our projects accelerate this cycle. Gabriel, said Richard proudly, you just discovered the scientific basis of our work. How so? We always knew our projects worked, but we never proved why. Your research did that. Does this mean something special? It means you developed the theoretical foundation that could take our projects to a global level. Global? With scientific data proving effectiveness, governments of other countries could adopt our methods as public policy. Really? Really? Confirmed Jennifer. Your school project could become your master's thesis in the future. And then your doctoral dissertation, added Michael. And then a book that revolutionizes global education, completed Isabella. You're exaggerating. Gabriel turned red. We're dreaming, corrected Richard. And big dreams start with serious work like what you did. 6 months later, Gabriel presented his research at the National Science Fair and won first place in the humanities category. The work caught the attention of universities and international organizations. Gabriel, Jennifer showed an official letter. You received a full scholarship to attend an American university. Really? Stanford University offered a full scholarship for you to study education and public policy. But I was going to college here in the United States. You still can. The decision is yours, said Richard. And if I go, won't you miss me? We'll miss you terribly, admitted Jennifer. But we'll also be proud that you have this opportunity. What about the Youth Incubator Project? It can be implemented when you return, suggested Michael, with even more knowledge and international experience. Or it could be coordinated remotely while you study, added Isabella. Would you support me even from far away? Gabriel. Richard stood up and hugged his son. We would support you anywhere in the world. Why? Because you're our son. And real parents want to see their children fly high, even if that means flying far away. What if I decide to stay in the United States after graduating? Then we'll visit you always, Jennifer assured. And you'll visit us. True family isn't broken by distance, Michael added. It's only broken by lack of love, Isabella completed. And love is the one thing our family will never lack, Gabriel finished. 2 months of preparations later, Gabriel was ready to travel to Stanford. The whole family accompanied him to the airport. Son, Jennifer held Gabriel's hands, always remember where you came from and where you want to return. How could I forget? You are my foundation, my inspiration, my family. And we are your safe harbor, said Richard. Any difficulty you face there, we'll be here to support you. Any achievement you reach there, we'll be here to celebrate, added Michael. And any homesickness you feel, just call and we'll kill it together, completed Isabella. Thank you for preparing me for this moment. Gabriel hugged everyone at once. You prepared yourself, corrected Jennifer. We just provided the environment for you to grow. Mom, can I say something I've been thinking for a long time? Of course. That rainy night wasn't a coincidence. How so? It was destiny. Destiny for you to meet, for me to be born, for our family to exist. Gabriel, it's true. If any detail had been different that night, our story would be another. And do you think that matters? It matters because it makes me believe there's a greater purpose behind everything we do. What kind of purpose? To show that true love always finds a way to manifest itself. Richard discreetly wiped his eyes. Gabriel, you're going to be greatly missed. I'll come back even better to contribute more to our family and our projects. And you'll come back with new ideas to revolutionize American education, said Michael. And with international friendships that could become future partnerships, added Isabella. You all have a lot of faith in my potential. We have faith in what we see every day, Jennifer assured. Determination, intelligence, kindness, and social vision. And mainly, said Richard, we have faith in the love that unites our family. That is indestructible. Gabriel's first year at Stanford was challenging but rewarding. He excelled academically and developed friendships with students from various countries interested in social projects. Michael graduated in business administration and officially took over the financial coordination of the foundation. His financial education program had expanded to 200 communities. Isabella was in her final year of psychology and had already published 2 academic papers on child development in corporate environments. How are things with Gabriel away? Patricia asked during a meeting. Different, Jennifer admitted. But good. He's maturing a lot. And you? How are you handling the distance? With constant longing, confessed Richard. But also with constant pride. Does he keep in touch? Video call every week, and always with interesting news about what he's learning. Like what? Last week he talked about a project in Finland that integrates early childhood education with professional training for immigrants, explained Michael. Similar to what we do here, asked Patricia. Similar but focused on specific cultural issues, answered Isabella. Gabriel is studying how to adapt the model to different realities. Does he already have concrete plans for when he returns? He has a list of 23 ideas to implement in the United States, Jennifer laughed. Sends a new proposal every week. And do you think they're feasible? Some are brilliant, said Richard. Others need to be adapted to our reality. But all show he's constantly thinking about how to improve our projects, completed Michael. It's the family DNA, observed Patricia. You all have this healthy obsession with improving other people's lives. Healthy obsession? Laughed Jennifer. Yes, because you can't seem to be satisfied with what you've already achieved. You always want more, you always want better. It's just that we always find new needs to meet, explained Richard. And we always discover ways to meet those needs, added Isabella. It's an endless cycle of growth and impact. During the July holidays, Gabriel returned to the United States to spend a month with his family. He arrived full of energy and new ideas. Family! He hugged everyone at the airport. I missed you so much. Gabriel! The children from the daycare centers who were present shouted his name when they recognized him. Hi, everyone. Gabriel waved to them. You've grown so much. You grew too, shouted a girl about 6 years old. That's true. Do you think I've changed? You got taller, said a boy. And more like your father, observed another child. Richard was moved by the comment. Do you think so, Gabriel? Do you look more like me? I hope so, replied Gabriel. I want to have the same character as you. During the welcome dinner, Gabriel talked about his experiences in the United States. The most interesting thing I learned, he said, is that our American model is unique in the world. How so? Asked Jennifer. Other countries have early childhood education programs. Other countries have corporate social responsibility. But none integrate the two things as organically as we do. And is that good or bad? It's great. It means we have something original to teach the world. Gabriel, are you serious? Asked Michael. Completely. My professors are impressed when I describe how our daycares work. What impresses them the most? The fact that families actively participate in the management. In most countries, corporate daycares are just outsourced services. And here? Asked Isabella. Here they became extensions of the families. Parents have lunch with their children, participate in activities, give input on educational methods. That's true, agreed Richard. Our approach is much more integrated. And most importantly, Gabriel continued, our foundation is run by people who have lived the problems we're trying to solve. How so? You, Mom, were a mother in a vulnerable situation. Patricia was too. You understand the real needs because you've been through them. And does that make a difference? A huge one. In the United States, most social projects are developed by people who have studied the problems but never lived them. And what's the practical difference? You know exactly which solutions work because you've tested them on your own skin. Interesting perspective, said Jennifer. And there's something else that impressed me over there. What? The way our family works together. There, work and family are completely separate worlds. And you think that's bad? I think it's limiting. Growing up seeing you all work together taught me that professional purpose and family happiness can be the same thing. Gabriel, said Richard, moved, you understood the essence of everything we've tried to build. I understood because I've lived it since I was little. It's my normal. And now, what are your plans for the next few years? Finish my 2 degrees, get a master's in educational public policy, and come back to implement everything I've learned. And if an opportunity arises to stay in the United States permanently, I won't stay, he replied without hesitation. Why? Because my place is here, my work is here, my family is here. Gabriel, are you sure? Asked Jennifer. International opportunities can be tempting. Mum, would you choose to leave the United States and abandon our projects to make more money working for someone else? No. Then why would I choose that? Here I'm part of something I'm proud of. There I would just be another talented employee. And what if you managed to implement similar projects in the United States? That would be amazing. But as an international consultant based in the United States, not as a permanent immigrant. You've really thought through every aspect, observed Michael. I have. And I always reach the same conclusion. My heart is here. Our hearts are here too, said Isabella, waiting for you to come back for good. During the 4 weeks Gabriel spent in the United States, the family worked together developing new projects to implement when he graduated. I had an idea during my studies, Gabriel shared one afternoon. What is it? Everyone asked with interest. What if we created a community university focused on early childhood education? A university, not a formal one. An institution that offers free courses, workshops, training in the field of education. For whom? For mothers, fathers, grandparents, anyone who takes care of children. Gabriel, that already exists, said Michael. It exists in fragments. I want to create something integrated, practical, financially accessible. How would it work? Asked Richard. Classes on Saturdays in spaces provided by partner companies, volunteer teachers who are experts in each area. And the cost for participants? Symbolic, just to cover teaching materials. Gabriel, you're describing an educational revolution, said Jennifer, amazed. I'm describing the democratization of knowledge that you already practice in the daycare centers. How so? You provide quality education regardless of the family's social class. I want to expand that to adult education as well. And where will we get teachers for a project of this scale? From the Foundation's own professionals. Everyone teaches what they know best. For example, you teach educational methodologies, Dad teaches social project management, Michael teaches financial education, Isabella teaches basic child psychology. And you? I teach the integration of public policies with private initiatives. Gabriel. Richard shook his head in admiration. Where did you learn to think so systematically? By watching how you solve problems. You always think about the overall impact, not just the immediate solution. And do you think we could implement this community university? I'm sure. We have credibility, we have knowledge, we have a network of contacts. And we have an inspiring story to attract participants, added Michael. Exactly, agreed Gabriel. Our story proves that education transforms lives. When do you plan to start implementing this? Asked Isabella. As soon as I graduate and come back for good, in about 3 years. And until then? Until then, you'll be laying the groundwork, identifying partners, mapping out needs. Gabriel, said Jennifer, you're already a natural-born strategist. I learned from the best social entrepreneur in the country. Who? Joked Richard. You, of course, along with the best social educator in the country. Who is she? Joked Jennifer. You, obviously. And what about us? Asked Michael and Isabella. What are we? You are the next generation that will surpass everything we've done so far, Gabriel answered seriously. How can you be so sure? Because you two have already exceeded my expectations many times, and you haven't even graduated yet. Gabriel, said Richard, moved, Seeing you three work together is my greatest pride as a father. And seeing our family united after everything we've been through is my greatest joy as a mother," added Jennifer. "We are lucky," observed Michael. "We are not lucky," corrected Isabella. "We are blessed by hard work and the right choices. And by the unconditional love that unites our family," Gabriel concluded. On the night before Gabriel's trip back to Stanford, the family gathered on the porch to talk one last time. "Gabriel," Richard looked at his youngest son, "I have a confession to make." "What is it, Dad?" "When you were born, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to love you as much as I loved Michael and Isabella." "Why?" "Because with them, love came from the need to protect them. With you, there was no such urgency." "And what did you discover?" "That love has no limits. My heart simply expanded to include one more person." "And today, how do you feel?" "Today I know I love you three in different ways, but with identical intensity." "How are the loves different?" asked Gabriel curiously. "I love Michael as the son who taught me to be a father again. I love Isabella as the daughter who showed me that tenderness is not weakness. And I love you as the son who was born from our love and represents our future." "Dad." "And I love you together as the family that gave me back my reason for living. We love you too," said Gabriel, "as the father who consciously chose us every day, and who taught us that family is built with presence, not just with DNA," added Michael. "And that dedication to work and dedication to family are not conflicting," completed Isabella. "And that multiplied love becomes social transformation," finished Gabriel. "Our family created a life philosophy," observed Jennifer. "Created a model of how to live with purpose," agreed Richard. "And now this model will be expanded internationally through Gabriel," said Michael proudly. "And nationally through our projects here," added Isabella. "And continued by the next generations who will grow up in our educational programs," said Gabriel. "It's an endless legacy," concluded Jennifer. "It's immortality through positive impact," philosophized Richard. "It's proof that one rainy night can change the world," finished Gabriel. 3 years passed. Gabriel graduated with highest distinction from Stanford and returned to the United States full of knowledge and international partnerships. Michael had become executive director of the foundation and implemented financial education programs in 500 communities. Isabella had finished psychology and started a master's in child development, specializing in children who experienced family trauma. "Family," Gabriel gathered everyone in the living room the day after his return. "I want to present the definitive project I've developed over the last 3 years." "We're eager to hear," said Jennifer. "It's called Networks of Multiplied Love," began Gabriel, opening a presentation on his laptop. "Tell us more about it," requested Richard. "It's the scientific systematization of everything our family does instinctively." "How so?" "We identify families in vulnerable situations. We offer quality education for the children, professional training for the parents, psychological support when necessary." "We already do that," said Michael, "but we do it in isolation. The new project integrates everything into a network connected nationally." "Elaborate further," asked Isabella. "Imagine a family is served by our daycare in New York City. If they move to Los Angeles, they continue to be supported by the LA network. If specific needs arise, they are automatically directed to the appropriate resources." "It's like a national family support system," understood Richard. "Exactly. And there's more. Families who stabilize through the network become mentors to other families just starting the process, like our story with Patricia," realized Jennifer. "Precisely, but systematized and multiplied across the whole country." "Gabriel, this is too ambitious to implement quickly," warned Michael. "That's why I planned gradual implementation over 10 years, showed Gabriel a detailed timeline. First year, 5 pilot cities. Second year, 15 cities. Third year, capitals of all states, and so on until covering the entire national territory. And the funding? Public-private partnerships. Companies contribute resources, local governments provide spaces and logistical support. And the professionals? Cascade training. Experienced professionals from each region train new local educators. Gabriel, said Richard, impressed. You planned this down to the smallest details. I spent 3 years studying the implementation of educational public policies in 8 different countries. And all models were considered? All of them. And I adapted what worked in each place to our American reality. Gabriel, Jennifer hugged her son. I'm proud of your dedication and vision. Mom, would you be willing to lead this project with me? What do you mean? You would be the National General Coordinator. I would be the Implementation Director. And what about us? Asked Michael and Isabella. Michael would coordinate the financial area and corporate partnerships. Isabella would coordinate the psychological care protocols. And Dad? Asked Michael. Dad would be the chairman of the board. He would make final strategic decisions and represent the project institutionally. Gabriel, said Richard, moved. You structured our family like a professional executive team. I structured our professional executive team like a family, corrected Gabriel. It's different. How so? Normal companies separate professional from personal. Our foundation integrates both aspects because it was born from family love. And is that a competitive advantage? It's our fundamental difference. We work with genuine love, not just technical competence. Gabriel, said Jennifer, you managed to theorize what we did intuitively. I managed to systematize what you created through the heart. And now we can replicate it on a national scale. We can revolutionize early childhood education across the entire United States. 6 months later, the Networks of Multiplied Love project was officially launched at a ceremony in Congress. Representatives and senators from all parties attended the event. This project, said the Secretary of Education during his speech, represents the future of American education because it integrates private initiative, public policies, and community participation in an innovative way. And mainly because it was developed by people who have lived the problems they intend to solve. When Gabriel stepped up to the podium to present the project, he received applause even before he began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, he began with impressive naturalness. This project was born on a rainy night 13 years ago when a desperate mother met a lonely father. That mother and that father discovered that true love doesn't divide, it multiplies, and that a happy family naturally wants to help other families be happy too. Today, 13 years later, what started as one family's story has become public policy that can transform the educational reality of millions of American children. But I want to make something important clear. This is not a government project or a corporate project. It is a project of organized civil society, because we believe that real social transformation comes from the bottom up, from families helping families, from communities strengthening communities. The role of public power is to facilitate, support, regulate. The role of companies is to fund and implement, but the leading role belongs to the beneficiary families themselves. Because no one understands a family's needs better than another family that has already been through a similar situation. This project will work because it is made by people who know what they are talking about, not by people who studied the subject, but by people who lived the subject, and mainly because it is done with love. Love that multiplies, love that transforms, love that has no limits. Thank you for your attention. And thank you to the United States for being the country where this love story could become public policy. The ovation lasted more than 10 minutes. Several congressmen approached the family to personally congratulate them. You've created something unique in Latin America, commented one congresswoman. We created something born from the American heart, corrected Jennifer. Our natural ability to welcome and help others. And you systematized this ability scientifically, added another congressman. Michael was the one who systematized it, said Richard proudly. We simply lived the values he managed to theorize. How do you feel seeing your son present a project of this national magnitude? Like parents who fulfilled their role, replied Jennifer. We prepared a young man to transform the world, and he's doing exactly that. And how do the older children feel? Asked a journalist. Proud and eager to implement it, answered Michael. This project is our entire family's dream. And most importantly, added Isabella, it's proof that quality education can shape people capable of solving complex social problems. Do you believe the project will be approved by Congress? We believe representatives and senators recognize a historic opportunity when they see one, replied Gabriel diplomatically. And if it isn't approved? We'll implement it through direct partnerships with state and local governments, assured Richard. Federal approval would be ideal, but it's not indispensable, added Jennifer. Because multiplied love always finds a way to manifest itself, concluded Gabriel, repeating the family philosophy. 3 months later, the project was unanimously approved by Congress and signed into law by the presidency as a national integrated early childhood education policy. Jennifer, Richard arrived home with an official envelope. Our appointment letter arrived. What appointment? We're officially the national coordinators of the Networks of Multiplied Love program. What does that mean exactly? That we'll manage the implementation of Gabriel's project across all US states. And the children? Michael is the National Financial Director, Isabella is the Psychological Protocols Coordinator, and Gabriel is the new Project Development Director. Did our family become a public institution? Joked Jennifer. Our family became living proof that public policies can emerge from personal stories. How so? Gabriel transformed our family experience into a nationally applicable methodology. It's surreal. It's the power of education. Gabriel managed to elevate our particular case into a universal solution. And now, how will we coordinate a project of this magnitude? The same way we coordinated our family, said Gabriel, appearing in the room. With love, dedication, and hard work. Did you hear our conversation? I did, and I want to say something important. What? This project will only work if we maintain the same values we've always had. What values? Humility, empathy, genuine dedication to family well-being. And what if the national scale makes us lose that essence? That's why we'll continue working together, explained Gabriel. Our family is the guarantee that the values won't be lost. How so? When I'm making difficult decisions about national policies, I'll remember our story, how everything began, and that will influence your decisions? It will remind me that behind every statistic, there's a real family with real needs, with real dreams. Gabriel, said Jennifer emotionally, you understood that public responsibility is personal responsibility multiplied. I understood that when you have the power to impact millions of lives, you can't forget that each life is unique and important. And how will you ensure you don't get lost in this responsibility? By keeping our family united and continuing to tell our story. Our story as a reminder, our story as a moral compass. Whenever I need to make a complex decision, I'll ask, what would be good for that desperate mother in the rain? What would be good for that lonely father? And will these answers guide your public decisions? They'll ensure that public decisions benefit real people, not just numbers in reports. Gabriel, said Richard, you've managed to do something few politicians can. What? Maintain an emotional connection to the cause you represent, because the cause is me, it's my family, it's my story. And that's your greatest strength as a future leader. Future leader. Gabriel, you're 21 years old and have already developed national public policy. You obviously have a future in the country's leadership. Dad, I don't want to be a traditional politician. What do you want to be? I want to be a social transformer. If that involves politics, that's fine. But my focus is on results, not positions. That's the right attitude, approved Jennifer. And it's the guarantee that you'll make a real difference, added Michael. Because your goal is social impact, not personal power, completed Isabella. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Richard and Jennifer stayed awake talking. Jennifer, sometimes I'm afraid we're living in a dream. Why? Because our family has achieved things that seem impossible for regular people. Richard, do you think we're special people? No more special than any other family that fights for their children. Then why have we managed to come so far? Because we were lucky to find each other at the right time. And because we made the right choices after meeting. Jennifer, yes? If you could go back to that rainy night, would you change anything? I'd change the desperation. I wish I'd had less fear, more hope. Just that? Maybe I'd ask for help differently, less dramatically. And if I hadn't stopped to listen to you, then our story would be completely different. And do you think it would be better or worse? Different. Not better or worse, just different. But are you curious to know how it would be? Sometimes. But I don't miss a life I never lived. What do you mean? I have the life we built together. It's more real and more beautiful than any alternative life I could imagine. Are you happy with the choices we made? I'm fulfilled with the family we built, with the work we developed, with the impact we generated. And with the love we found? Especially with the love. Because love was the ingredient that transformed everything else into extraordinary reality. Jennifer? Yes? I love you more today than on that first night when I decided to help you. Even knowing all my flaws now? Especially because I know them. Love based on idealization doesn't last. Love based on real knowledge grows every day. Like ours grew. Like ours continues growing. The following year, the Networks of Multiplied Love program was operating in all American state capitals and in over 100 smaller towns. The results exceeded all government expectations. Michael had expanded the financial education program to include popular entrepreneurship, helping families create their own small businesses. Isabella had developed a psychological care protocol that was being adopted by psychology universities as the standard model for working with vulnerable families. Gabriel coordinated the national implementation and was already receiving consultation invitations from other Latin American countries. "How are you feeling with all this recognition?" asked Patricia during a dinner. "Grateful," answered Jennifer, "and a little frightened by the responsibility." "Frightened why?" "Because now millions of families depend on our work," explained Richard. "And we have to ensure the quality remains even with the expansion," added Michael. "How do you do that?" "Visiting each new unit in person," said Isabella, "talking with families, observing results, and training local coordinators to maintain the same standards," added Gabriel. "Can you supervise everything personally?" "We can because we divided responsibilities intelligently," explained Jennifer. "And because we use technology to monitor results in real time," added Gabriel. "And mainly because we trust the local teams we trained," said Richard. "Patricia," called Michael, "how do you see our evolution since that first conversation at the daycare?" "I see a family that grew without losing its essence." "How so?" "You have many more responsibilities now, much more recognition, but you remain the same people who genuinely care about other families. And is that good? It's fundamental. Power without compassion becomes oppression. Knowledge without love becomes arrogance. But you maintain perfect balance between technical competence and human sensitivity. We learned that one cannot exist without the other," said Jennifer, "and that our personal history is our greatest professional qualification," added Richard. 2 months later, the family received an invitation to participate in an international documentary about innovation in social policies. "The film crew is from Stream Now," told Richard. "Documentary will be released in 40 countries." "About our projects?" asked Jennifer. "About how a family can impact national public policy." "And do you want to participate?" asked Gabriel. "We want to hear everyone's opinion before deciding," said Jennifer. "I think we should participate," opined Michael. "Our story can inspire other families in other countries." "I agree," said Isabella. "Especially if we show that social transformation is possible without extraordinary resources at the beginning." "And you, Gabriel?" asked Richard. "I think we have responsibility to share what we learned." "Responsibility?" asked Jennifer. "If our story can help other families not give up during difficult times, we have moral obligation to tell it, even if that means exposing our private life. Our private life became public example the moment we accepted leading national projects." "Gabriel is right," agreed Michael. "We are public figures now. And public figures have power to positively influence other people," completed Isabella. "So it's decided?" asked Richard. "Decided," everyone answered. "But with one condition," said Jennifer. What? The documentary has to show our real story, without excessive romanticization. How so? It has to show the difficulties, the mistakes, the fears, not just the successes. Why? Because families in difficult situations need to see that transformation is possible, but also that it's hard work. Jennifer is right, agreed Gabriel. Stories that are too perfect discourage instead of inspire. How so? If our story seems like a fairy tale, people will think it only happens in movies. If we show the real difficulties, they'll think, if they managed, I can too. It's the difference between inspiration and fantasy, understood Richard. Exactly. During the filming, which lasted 3 weeks, the family told their complete story to the cameras, from the rainy night to the present moment. What was the most difficult moment in this entire journey? Asked the director. When I offered my son to a stranger, answered Jennifer. It was the moment I felt most failed as a mother, and the moment of greatest joy. Every day I see our children happy and fulfilled, answered Richard. Michael, what's it like growing up knowing your parents are nationally recognized? It's normal for me, answered Michael. I grew up watching them work hard. The recognition is just consequence of work well done. Isabella, is your perspective similar? Similar, but with additional responsibility, she replied. We know our behavior can influence public opinion about the projects. How so? If we do something wrong, people might question our family's competence to lead social projects. And does that create pressure? It creates responsibility, corrected Gabriel. Responsibility to honor the trust society has placed in us. Gabriel, what is your vision for the future of the projects? To expand throughout Latin America in the next 10 years. That's ambitious. It's necessary. Child poverty doesn't respect national borders. And how do you plan to maintain quality with such rapid expansion? By training local leaders who share our values, explained Jennifer. And by constantly auditing results, added Richard. And most importantly, keeping our family as the decision-making core, said Michael. Why is that important? Because our family is the guarantee that the original values won't be lost, replied Isabella. Even when the project grows far beyond you. Especially when it grows, assured Gabriel. Family is the anchor that prevents ethical drift. The documentary was released 6 months later and had worldwide repercussions. Invitations for international consultations began arriving from various countries. France, Germany, Canada, Australia. Richard read the list of invitations. Everyone wants to implement adapted versions of our model. And do we have the capacity to handle it? We must develop that capacity, said Gabriel. It's a unique opportunity to export American knowledge. Gabriel, would you be willing to coordinate an international team? I would, but based in the United States. I want our headquarters to remain here. Why? Because here is our history, our family, our roots. And because the United States needs to be recognized as a leader in social innovation, added Michael. Not just a consumer of solutions developed elsewhere, completed Isabella. You three really think like a team, observed Jennifer. We think like a family that has worked together for 15 years, corrected Gabriel. And that has learned that unity is strength, said Michael. And that each has unique talents that complement the other's talents, completed Isabella. Richard, Jennifer looked at her husband. What do you think about us becoming international consultants? I think it's the natural evolution of our work, even if it means constant travel. Jennifer, our children are responsible adults. We can dedicate ourselves more to external projects. And can they handle the national projects without constant supervision? They can and have demonstrated that several times. Michael, Jennifer looked at her eldest son, do you feel prepared to take on more responsibilities? I feel prepared and motivated, he replied. It's time for our generation to lead. And you, Isabella, I also feel ready and excited to apply everything I've learned on a larger scale. Gabriel? I was born ready for this, joked Gabriel. I was just waiting for you to let me take on real responsibilities. So it's decided? Asked Richard. Decided, everyone replied. The Harrison Parker family is going international, announced Gabriel. The Harrison Parker family will show the world that American love works anywhere, corrected Jennifer. 6 months later, the family was dividing time between the United States and international consultations. In each country visited, they adapted their model to specific local realities. How is it going working internationally? Patricia asked during a video conference. Challenging and rewarding, replied Jennifer from the London airport. What surprises you the most? How our American values of family unity and social solidarity are universal, said Richard. Do all cultures respond positively? All, confirmed Gabriel. Because love for children and desire for stable families exist anywhere in the world. And the necessary adaptations? Minimal, said Michael. We changed bureaucratic procedures, but kept the essence of the project. Which is? Asked Patricia. Families helping families with institutional support, summarized Isabella. And does it work? It works better than we expected, guaranteed Gabriel. Because the emotional foundation is solid in any culture. Do you feel proud of the international reach? We feel responsibility, corrected Jennifer. Pride is an individual feeling. Responsibility is a collective commitment. And what's the practical difference? Pride would make us relax, thinking we've already achieved everything. Responsibility keeps us working to impact even more families, explained Richard. Patricia, called Gabriel, how are the national projects doing in our absence? Working perfectly. The teams you formed are extremely competent. And the results? Above targets in all regions. This proves the methodology is correct, said Michael, satisfied. And that the right people were put in the right places, added Isabella. Patricia, do you feel professionally fulfilled? Completely fulfilled, she answered. I went from desperate mother to national program coordinator. And personally? My children grew up healthy and became socially engaged young adults. Peter wants to be an educator. Paul wants to work in social assistance. Were they influenced by the project environment? They grew up seeing that work can be a source of personal fulfillment and social contribution. Like our children, observed Jennifer. Exactly. And this proves to me that education based on solid values forms better people. Patricia, said Richard, you represent living proof that our methods work. How so? You went through a complete transformation. Personal, professional, familial, and now you replicate that transformation in other families. It's the virtuous cycle that Gabriel theorized, and that every family helped can start with other families. Until social transformation becomes a natural movement, not an assistance program. That is the ultimate goal, confirmed Gabriel. That solidarity between families becomes a permanent cultural characteristic. 2 years later, the American programs were operating in 12 countries. The family had become a worldwide reference in social transformation based on integrated early childhood education. Michael, now 25, coordinated financial programs in 8 countries. Isabella, 24, developed psychological protocols adopted by international organizations. Gabriel, 23, was an educational policy advisor in international bodies. Family. Gabriel gathered everyone for a special conversation. The time has come for us to make an important decision about the future. What decision? Asked Jennifer. We received a proposal to turn our foundation into an official international organization. How so? Status similar to UNESCO, with UN recognition and multilateral funding. What would that change exactly? Wanted to know Richard. Our capacity for action. We could implement projects in any country with international backing. And the disadvantages? International bureaucracy, accountability to multiple governments, loss of agility in decisions. Michael, what's your opinion? Asked Jennifer. Financially, it would be advantageous. We'd have a much larger and more stable budget. And operationally? Asked Richard. It would be more complex, admitted Michael, but not impossible. Isabella? From a technical standpoint, it would be an opportunity to standardize protocols worldwide. And personally, I fear excessive bureaucratization, confessed Isabella. Gabriel, what's your recommendation? Asked Richard. To accept, but with specific conditions. What conditions? First, our family maintains final decision-making control over methodologies. Second, implementation continues to be carried out by professionals trained in our American school. Third, evaluation of results continues prioritizing human impact over statistical numbers. And fourth, the United States remains the global headquarters of the program. These are tough conditions to negotiate, warned Richard. They are necessary conditions to maintain quality, insisted Gabriel. And if they don't accept? We continue as we are, growing organically, maintaining full control over our methods. Jennifer, what do you think? I think Gabriel has analyzed all the important aspects. And what does your intuition say? My intuition says to accept. Our story needs to reach the whole world. Why? Because anywhere in the world there are desperate mothers and lonely fathers who can find each other and turn difficulties into opportunities. And can our model facilitate these encounters? Our model can create environments where these encounters happen naturally, corrected Gabriel. How so? Community daycares, training programs, family support networks. These are spaces where people in similar situations meet and help each other. And our role would be to facilitate, support, systematize, not to take the lead. Gabriel, said Richard proudly, you've understood that a true leader forms other leaders. I learned from you that lasting impact comes from empowerment, not dependence, and that our story is important as inspiration, not as a single model to be copied. Each family, each community, each country will create its own version of our story, but all based on the same fundamental principles: love, family, education, solidarity, and most importantly, the belief that every person has the potential to transform their reality. 3 months of negotiations later, the proposal was accepted with all the conditions set by the family. The Harrison Parker Foundation became an official international organization, headquartered in New York City, with operations in 22 countries. Jennifer, Richard came home with champagne. We have something to celebrate. What? Today marks exactly 15 years since that rainy night. 15 years. And today we signed an agreement that will take our story to all continents. It's symbolic. It's magical, corrected Gabriel, appearing in the living room. As if the universe had planned everything. Do you believe in destiny? Asked Jennifer. I believe in preparation meeting opportunity, answered Michael. I believe in love creating conditions for miracles, said Isabella. I believe in good people attracting other good people, completed Gabriel. And me? Asked Richard. What do I believe in? In family, they all answered at the same time. True family which is chosen every day, elaborated Jennifer. Family that works together for a purpose greater than individual interests, added Michael. Family that turns difficulties into opportunities for growth, said Isabella. And family that multiplies love until it becomes social transformation, finalized Gabriel. Then let's celebrate, proposed Richard, opening the champagne. What shall we toast to? Asked Jennifer. To the rainy night that changed our lives, suggested Michael. To the children who taught us what unconditional love is, proposed Isabella. To the man who stopped to listen to a desperate mother, said Gabriel, looking at Richard. To the courageous woman who saved a lost man, replied Richard, looking at Jennifer. And most importantly, said Jennifer, raising her glass, to the family we proved is possible to build when true love meets true purpose. To the family that will continue growing through the next generations, they all completed together. 5 years have passed since the foundation became an international organization. The impact had surpassed all projections. 3 million children served in 28 countries, 500,000 families stabilized socially and economically, 50,000 professionals trained in the American methodology. Michael managed global financial operations and had married an economist he met during a project in Atlanta. The couple was expecting twins the following year. Isabella coordinated psychological care protocols across all continents and was pursuing a doctorate in comparative child development. Her fiancé was a psychologist working with refugee children. Gabriel had become the global general coordinator at 28, making him the youngest person in history to lead an international education organization. How do you feel about being potential grandparents? Patricia asked during a celebratory dinner. Anxious and excited, replied Jennifer. Michael and Anna are going to be wonderful parents. And do you plan to keep working when the grandchildren arrive? We plan to adapt, said Richard. Maybe reduce international travel to stay closer. And pass more knowledge to our children's generation, added Jennifer, so they can take full leadership. Do you feel ready to pass the torch? We feel proud to have children capable of receiving the torch, corrected Gabriel, and eager to start a new phase as present grandparents, said Richard. What kind of grandparents do you plan to be? Asked Patricia. Grandparents who tell inspiring stories, replied Jennifer. Grandparents who play on the floor and teach values by example, said Richard. And who show their grandchildren that family can be the foundation for changing the world, completed Gabriel. 6 months later, Michael and Anna became parents to twins, Mary and Peter. The coincidence of them being twins moved the whole family. They're beautiful, Jennifer held Mary while Richard rocked Peter. Just like Michael when he was a baby, observed Richard. And just like Isabella too, added Jennifer. Do you think it's a coincidence that they're twins? Asked Michael. There are no coincidences in family, said Gabriel philosophically. There is continuity. How so? Our family began with twins. It makes sense that the next generation also has twins. Gabriel, you're getting mystical, joked Isabella. Not mystical, just an observer of family patterns. Anna, Jennifer looked at her daughter-in-law. How are you feeling? Fulfilled and scared at the same time, admitted Anna. Scared why? Because I'm part of a family with so much social responsibility. I'm afraid I won't measure up. Anna, Richard approached her, you chose our son with your heart. That already proves you have the right values. And most importantly, said Michael, you don't have to carry responsibilities you didn't choose. You can participate in what you want and when you want. You didn't expect me to get involved in the projects? We expected you to be happy, replied Jennifer. If that includes working with us, great. If it doesn't, also great. Jennifer is right, agreed Gabriel. Our family works because each person contributes with their natural talents, not because they follow a mandatory script. Anna, said Isabella, can I give some advice as a sister-in-law? Of course. Be yourself. Our family fell in love with who you are, not who we thought you should be. And if I'm not interested in early childhood education, then we'll find other ways to use your talents, assured Michael. You make it all seem so easy. Because true love is easy, said Gabriel. What's difficult is love conditioned on expectations. And is your love unconditional? Completely, confirmed Richard, just as it has been with us from day one. During the following months, Anna discovered she had a natural talent for communication and took over marketing coordination for international projects. Anna managed to double our social media visibility, Michael shared during a family meeting. How? Asked Gabriel. By humanizing our communication. Instead of just talking about results, she tells stories of the families we've helped. Does that generate more engagement? Much more. People connect emotionally with the stories. Anna, was this your idea? Asked Jennifer. Yes, Anna replied timidly. I noticed you have an incredible story, but only shared technical data. And how did you change that? I started posting pictures of you with the children from daycares, family testimonials, behind the scenes of your work. And did it work? The number of companies interested in partnerships tripled in 2 months. Anna, you discovered something we were neglecting, said Gabriel. What? People are inspired by stories, not statistics. And is our story inspiring? It's the most inspiring story I know, Gabriel assured. A family that formed out of necessity and became a worldwide reference. Anna, said Richard, thank you for bringing this new perspective to our projects. Thank you for letting me contribute in my own way. Anna, would you like to share any observations about our family? May I? Of course, encouraged Jennifer. When Michael told me your story, I found it beautiful, but hard to believe. Why? Because it seemed too perfect. Perfect family, perfect work, perfect children. And after living with us, then I realized you aren't perfect. You're real. What's the difference? Perfect families don't exist. Real families have problems, arguments, fears, but choose to stay united anyway. And is our family real? It's the most real family I've ever known. You argue sometimes, disagree about things, have difficult moments, but you always return to love as your foundation. Anna, this observation is very important, said Gabriel. Why? Because people need to know that a happy family isn't a family without problems. It's a family that solves problems together. And can that be taught? It can be demonstrated through example, replied Jennifer. How do you demonstrate it in your projects? By showing our real difficulties and how we overcame them, explained Richard, and mainly by showing that transformation is a process, not a single event, added Michael. Isabella, Anna called. May I ask a personal question? Of course. Do you feel pressure being children of such recognized parents? I did at first, admitted Isabella, especially in university. Why? Because some people thought I had an easy life because of the family's projects. And did you? I had opportunities others didn't have, but I also had responsibilities others didn't have. Like what? The responsibility to honor the trust placed in our family, to prove my own competence, to not harm projects with inappropriate behavior. And did that weigh on you? It weighed on me until I understood the pressure came from myself, not from other people. How did you realize that? By talking extensively with my parents. They always made clear that our personal happiness was more important than any professional project. And did that change your perspective? It changed everything. I began to see responsibility as a privilege, not a burden. Michael, was your experience similar? Asked Anna. Similar but different, he replied. As the oldest child, I always felt I had to set an example for Gabriel and Isabella. And was that bad? At first, yes. I felt I could never make mistakes. And how did you overcome that? My parents taught me that making mistakes is part of learning, and that true example is recognizing error and correcting it, not never making mistakes. Gabriel, what was your experience being the youngest? Different from the two of them, replied Gabriel. I grew up seeing Michael and Isabella as role models. I always wanted to measure up to them. And did you? I managed to find my own path, different but complementary to theirs. Do you three work together without competition? Asked Anna, surprised. We never competed, said Michael. We always collaborated. Why? Because we were raised understanding that individual success only matters when it contributes to collective success, explained Isabella, and that a united family is much stronger than brilliant people working separately, Gabriel added. Anna, now do you understand why this family has achieved so much? Asked Patricia. I do, and I want my children to grow up with the same values. They will, Jennifer assured her, because values aren't taught with words, they're passed on by example. And our family will set an example of love, work, and solidarity for the next generation, said Richard. 2 years later, the international organization was operating in 40 countries with exceptional results. Mary and Peter, Michael and Anna's twins, were happy 2-year-olds growing up bilingual and culturally aware. Isabella had married Daniel, and they were expecting their first child. Gabriel was engaged to Chloe, a French educator he met during project implementation in Europe. How is it planning an international wedding? Jennifer asked Gabriel. Interesting, he laughed. Half the guests are American, half French. And Chloe, is she adapting well to the United States? Better than we expected. She fell in love not just with me, but with our family and the projects. Will she work with us? She'll coordinate program implementation in Europe. She has experience in European public policies. Gabriel, said Richard, you're bringing international competence into the family. I'm expanding our family to include skills we didn't have. How can Chloe contribute? She understands European cultural issues that I don't master, and she has a network of contacts in international organizations. And personally, how do you get along? Perfectly. She understands my dedication to the projects because she has similar dedication. Jennifer, Michael addressed his mother, Anna and I have some news. What? We're expecting another baby. Another. Anna is 2 months pregnant. My God, Jennifer hugged them both. Another grandchild. Actually, Anna smiled. It's 3 grandchildren. 3? Triplets, confirmed Michael. The family fell into absolute silence for a few seconds before erupting in celebration. "Triplets!" shouted Gabriel. "Our family is going to have 5 grandchildren at once." "This is amazing," said Isabella. "Mary and Peter are going to have 3 little siblings." "And I'm going to have 3 new nephews." Gabriel danced around the room. "Anna, how are you feeling?" asked Jennifer. "Happy and terrified," admitted Anna. 3 babies at once. "Anna," Richard approached her, "you have an entire family to help. And most importantly," said Jennifer, "you have a mother-in-law who's already been through the experience of caring for twins." "That's true," realized Anna. "You can teach me everything about multiple babies." "I can and I will," Jennifer assured her, "and we still have all the daycare infrastructure to support us." "Michael," Gabriel called, "how are you handling the news?" "Excited and nervous," confessed Michael. 2 was already a challenge. 3 is a triple blessing," said Richard, "and you have the experience of growing up in a family that values teamwork." "That's true. It was always us against problems, never against each other. And your children will grow up with the same mindset." "Jennifer," Anna approached her mother-in-law, "may I ask a favor?" "Anything." "Could you teach me how to balance multiple motherhood with professional work?" "Anna, do you want to keep working after the babies are born?" "I do. My work fulfills me, and I believe mothers who are professionally fulfilled make better mothers." "You're right. And you have the family structure to support that choice. How did you manage it? With Michael and Isabella being little and still developing the projects, with lots of support from Richard, a clear division of responsibilities, and most importantly, without guilt. Without guilt. Without guilt for working when I was with the children. Without guilt for being with the children when I should be working. How did you manage to eliminate guilt? By understanding that mothers who are professionally fulfilled teach their children that work can be a source of happiness, and that emotionally present fathers make up for any occasional physical absence, added Richard. "Anna," said Gabriel, "you have an advantage our mother didn't have." "What?" "Ready infrastructure, quality daycare, a medical team, a family support network." "That's true," realized Anna. "And most importantly, the knowledge that it's possible." "How so?" "Jennifer has already proven that you can be a dedicated mother and a fulfilled professional at the same time." "Anna, you will manage it too," Isabella assured her, "and we will help with everything that's necessary." "How? Michael taking on domestic responsibilities, me taking care of the children's psychological aspects, Gabriel organizing logistics when you need to travel?" "And us," said Richard, "taking on the role of present grandparents whenever necessary. Would you all really do that?" "Anna," Jennifer held her hands, "a true family helps each other, always. And you will discover that having 5 small children at home can be chaotic, but it's also a lot of fun," added Richard. 5? "Mary, Peter, the 3 triplets, plus my baby who will be born in 2 months, explained Isabella, touching her own belly. "You didn't tell me Isabella was also pregnant," exclaimed Anna. "Surprise," everyone laughed. "Our family will grow from 3 to 8 people in a period of 6 months, calculated Gabriel. "And everyone will grow up together, practically like siblings," observed Michael. "Like the 3 of us grew up," Isabella remembered. "It's the natural continuation of our story," said an emotional Gabriel. 6 months later, the house had transformed into a joyful chaos of babies and small children. Michael and Anna with the triplets, Louise, Charles and Sophie, Isabella and Daniel with little Jennifer, named in honor of her grandmother. "How do you manage to organize so many babies?" asked Chloe, who had moved to the United States after marrying Gabriel. "With lots of love and military organization," joked Jennifer, rocking 2 children at the same time. "And with a rotation among all the adults," added Richard, changing another baby's diaper. "Jennifer," said Chloe, "can I make an observation?" "Of course." "You've turned motherhood and fatherhood into a community activity." "How so?" "In France, each couple takes care of their own children in isolation. Here, the whole family participates in raising all the children." "And is that good?" "It's revolutionary. The children grow up with multiple adult references. multiple models of behavior. Chloe is right, agreed Daniel. This family functions like a loving tribe. And the children naturally absorb values of cooperation and solidarity, observed Anna. Because they see the adults constantly cooperating, completed Michael. Gabriel, Jennifer looked at her youngest son. How do you analyze this family dynamic? As natural preparation for leading collective projects, he answered. Children who grow up cooperating at home become adults who cooperate at work and in society. Do you think we are forming a different generation? I'm sure of it. These children will grow up without distinguishing between individual interest and collective interest. Why? Because from infancy, they see that taking care of each other is natural, not a sacrifice. And what kind of adults will that reflect in? Adults who naturally build collaborative solutions to social problems. Gabriel, you're describing social evolution, said Richard, impressed. I'm describing the natural result of education based on love and cooperation. And our family is a laboratory for this education. Our family is proof that it works. 3 years had passed since the second generation was born. The international organization had become the absolute global reference in integrated childhood education, operating in 60 countries and impacting more than 10 million children. Gabriel and Chloe were expecting twins next month. It would be the third generation of twins in the family, something that deeply moved Richard and Jennifer. Grandma Jennifer, Mary, now 5 years old, tugged at her grandmother's blouse. Why does our family always have twins? I don't know, sweetheart. Maybe it's a coincidence. Grandpa Richard said there are no coincidences in our family. And what else did Grandpa Richard say? That twins teach from a young age that sharing is better than being alone. And do you agree? I agree. It's more fun to play with Peter than by myself. Even when you fight? Even when we fight, because afterwards we hug and become friends again. Peter, Jennifer called the twin. Come here and tell us what you think about having a twin brother. I like it, Peter replied excitedly. I always have someone to talk to. Even when sleeping? Even when sleeping. Sometimes we wake up at the same time for no reason. Do you understand each other without speaking? We do, Mary confirmed. It's just like Grandpa says happened with Daddy Michael and Aunt Isabella when they were little. Are Louise, Charles and Sophie like that too, Mum asked Jennifer. There are 3 of them, so it's different, Peter observed. But they also understand each other very well. And baby Jennifer? Baby Jennifer is special because she doesn't have a twin. So all of us are her siblings at the same time, Mary explained. Do you take care of her? We do, both said. Just like the whole family takes care of everyone. Who taught you that? No one taught us, said Peter. We see it every day. How so? Grandpa takes care of Grandma, Grandma takes care of Grandpa, Daddy Michael takes care of Mommy Anna. Everyone takes care of everyone, Mary listed. And do you want to be the same when you grow up? We do, they confirmed together. Do you want to work helping other families too? Of course, said Peter. It's the coolest job in the world. Why is it cool? Because it makes people happy, Mary replied simply. And happy people make the world better, Peter completed. Jennifer hugged both grandchildren, moved by the naturalness with which they absorbed family values. You make Grandma very proud. Why, Grandma? Because you understand that helping other people is the most important thing in life. Just like Grandpa taught Daddy Michael when he was little. Just like. And Daddy Michael taught Uncle Gabriel? Exactly. So now you will teach us, and then we teach our children. That's how it works, Jennifer confirmed. Values pass from generation to generation. And will our family help other families forever? Forever, Jennifer assured. Dear listener, if you're enjoying the story, please take a moment to like and especially subscribe to the channel. It really helps us who are just starting out. Now continuing. 1 month later, Gabriel and Chloe became parents of twins, Alexander and Camille. The children's birth with an American and French name symbolized the family's internationalization. They're beautiful, Jennifer held Alexander while Richard cradled Camille. Just like Gabriel when he was a baby, Richard observed. And with Chloe's nose, Jennifer added. How does it feel to be parents? Asked Anna. Fulfilled and responsible, Gabriel replied. especially knowing these children will grow up in a better world that we helped build. And you, grandparents, how do you feel with 8 grandchildren? Young again, laughed Richard. A house full of kids keeps us active, and fulfilled as the matriarch of a dynasty dedicated to social good, added Jennifer. Dynasty, joked Gabriel. Of course, a dynasty, said Jennifer proudly. 3 generations working for the same cause, each contributing unique talents. And the 4th generation? Asked Chloe. They'll surprise everyone with innovations we can't even imagine today, assured Gabriel. How can you be so sure? Because each generation of our family has exceeded the expectations of the previous one, explained Michael. You, the 1st generation, created a local foundation, listed Isabella. We, the 2nd generation, turned it into a national organization, continued Gabriel. Our children, the 3rd generation, will turn it into a permanent worldwide movement, completed Michael. And the 4th generation, insisted Chloe. The 4th will discover forms of impact we can't even imagine today, said Richard. Because it's always been that way in our family, added Jennifer. Each generation expands the possibilities of the previous one. During the following months, the family routine adapted to include the 5 young children. The house had turned into a private daycare with educational toys, spaces adapted for each age, and caregivers who took turns among the adults in the family. How do you manage to work with so many babies at home? Asked Patricia during a visit. By organizing shifts, explained Anna. Each couple takes a period of the day and grandparents cover emergencies. And does it work? Perfectly, assured Gabriel. The children are always supervised by someone in the family. And work doesn't suffer? On the contrary, said Michael. Working from home allows us to be present for the children's important moments. Like what? First words, first steps, first discoveries, listed Isabella. And the children grow up seeing their parents work, observed Chloe. They naturally absorb a work ethic. Chloe, how do you see the differences between French and American education? Asked Jennifer. In France, we prioritize intellectual development. In the United States, you prioritize emotional development. And which approach is better? Both together, replied Chloe. That's why our children will grow up bilingual and bicultural. How so? They'll learn French academic rigor and American emotional warmth. And is that an advantage? It's complete preparation to lead in a globalized world where technical competence without human sensitivity doesn't work. Chloe, have you analyzed our family scientifically? Asked Gabriel. I have. And I discovered that you've created a family educational model that could be replicated universally. How so? Unconditional love combined with clear responsibilities. Emotional support integrated with skill development. And is that different from what other families do? Very different. Most families are either overly permissive or overly strict. And our family? You've achieved the perfect balance. Limitless love, but clear expectations. Constant support, but appropriate responsibilities. Gabriel, said Richard, your wife is theorizing our family methodology. And she could help systematize this for other families, realized Gabriel excitedly. How so? Chloe could develop a family education protocol based on what she's observed here. To be applied where? In our international organizations. Training for parents on how to apply our values at home. Chloe, would you take on developing this project? Asked Jennifer. I'd love to, replied Chloe enthusiastically. It would be a natural extension of the work we already do. How would it work? Workshops for parents on education based on love and responsibility, using our family as a success case. Our family as an example. Our family as proof that the methodology works, corrected Gabriel. Chloe, would this be an additional project to the daycare programs? It would be complementary. Daycares take care of the children during the day. Family training ensures continuity of values at home. It's total integration, understood Michael. It's a complete system of family support, agreed Isabella. And would our family be the official trainers? Our family would be the center of excellence that trains the trainers, corrected Gabriel. How so? We train specialists who replicate our methodology in their regions, maintaining quality without excessive centralization. Gabriel, your wife understood our work philosophy perfectly, observed Richard. She understood because she lives our philosophy every day, replied Gabriel. 18 months later, the family education program was operating in 15 countries. Chloe coordinated international implementation while taking care of the twins Alexander and Camille, who already spoke Portuguese and French fluently. The other children in the family had become little ambassadors of the projects, participating in events and charming audiences with their naturalness and emotional intelligence. How is it to coordinate an international program with young twins? Jennifer asked Chloe. Easier than I imagined, she replied, because I have an incredible family structure. And how are Alexander and Camille adapting to bilingualism? Perfectly. They switch between Portuguese and French naturally, depending on who they are speaking with. And culturally. They are absorbing the best of both cultures, French discipline and American affection. Chloe, said Gabriel, how do you see the future of our children? As bridges between cultures, she replied. They will be able to work anywhere in the world, but always with solid values learned here. And professionally? Professionally, they will have opportunities that none of us had. Like what? International experience since childhood, fluency in multiple languages, a global network of contacts through the family's projects. But mainly, added Gabriel, they will have concrete examples that it is possible to build a meaningful career. Gabriel, called Richard, may I ask a question about your future plans? Of course, Dad. Do you intend to run for political office eventually? I've thought about it, but not as a priority. Why? Because traditional politics is limited by terms of office. Our work is continuous, independent of governments. But politics can amplify the reach of the projects. It can. And if an opportunity arises to make a real difference through public office, I will consider it. With what criteria? If the position allows implementing our values on a larger scale, I accept. If it's just power for power's sake, I refuse. Gabriel, said Jennifer proudly, you keep the right focus. I learned from you that purpose is more important than position, and that lasting impact comes from consistent work, not from temporary positions. Exactly. But Gabriel, intervened Michael, if you run for something, you have our full support. And from the whole family, added Isabella. And especially from the society that already knows our work, said Anna. Is that pressure or support? Joked Gabriel. It's responsibility, replied Daniel. The responsibility to use talent to benefit as many people as possible, which may include politics, but is not limited to it, completed Chloe. 2 years later, Gabriel received a formal invitation to run for state governor. The invitation came from a non-partisan coalition that recognized his social work. What do you all think? Gabriel asked during a family meeting. I think it's a natural recognition of the work you have developed, said Richard, and an opportunity to implement public policies based on real experience, added Jennifer. Michael, what's your analysis? Financially, governing a state would provide much greater resources for expanding the projects. And administratively, asked Isabella, it would be an enormous challenge. The government has complexities that a private organization doesn't. Like what? Political pressures, budget limitations, election deadlines? And do you feel prepared to handle that? Asked Anna. I feel prepared to try, Gabriel answered honestly. And if you can't implement everything you want, then at least I could implement part of it, and part would already be more than exists today. Gabriel, said Chloe, as a French person, how will I adapt to American political life? Chloe, you don't need to adapt, you need to contribute with an international perspective, replied Gabriel. How so? Your European experience can add value to the policies we develop. And our family, asked Jennifer, what would happen during the campaign and a potential administration? Our family would continue to be our foundation, Gabriel assured, only now with public resources to multiply our impact. Are you sure you want to face the exposure of political life? Jennifer, said Richard, our life has already been public for years through our projects. But politics is different. There's criticism, attacks, investigations. That's exactly why we need to be prepared, said Gabriel. Our history is clean, our work is transparent, our family is united. Gabriel is right, agreed Michael. We have nothing to hide. And we have much to offer, added Isabella. Anna, Daniel, would you support it? Asked Gabriel. We would support it, replied Anna, but with an important condition. Which one? That the family continues to be the #1 priority. Always. It's a commitment I make publicly, promised Gabriel. And we'll keep an eye on you, Daniel joked. The family has an obligation to keep the politician grounded. I won't let power go to my head, Gabriel assured. And if it does, the family will pull you back to reality, said Richard seriously. How? By reminding you where you came from, what you've been through, who you represent. And most importantly, added Jennifer, remembering that politics is a means, not an end. The end is the well-being of families. Understood, said Gabriel. I accept the candidacy. Officially. Officially. The election campaign was unlike any other in American political history. Gabriel traveled across the state, telling the real story of his family and demonstrating concrete results from the projects developed. You want to know who I am, he would say during rallies. I'm the son of a woman who had the courage to ask for help when she needed it, and a man who had the sensitivity to hear the request. I'm part of a family that proved that love multiplied becomes social transformation. And I want to be the governor who applies to public administration the same values we apply to our family and our projects. Love, work, transparency, responsibility. If you elect me, you won't just have a governor. You'll have an entire family dedicated to the well-being of the state's families. Because we believe politics is an extension of family life. It should be done with the same care, the same dedication, the same honesty we use to raise our children. The public's reaction was extraordinary. Gabriel was elected with a record margin of votes, receiving support from all social segments. Governor Gabriel, as he became known, was sworn in with a speech that moved the entire country. Today, I make a commitment not only to the voters, but to all the children of this state, he said during the inauguration. I commit to governing as a father, thinking about what kind of world I want to leave for the next generations. And most importantly, I commit to never forgetting my origins. To never forget that I was once a child who depended on responsible adults to have a future. Today, all children in the state are my symbolic children, and I will fight for them as I fight for my biological children, with love, dedication, and tireless work. Because true politics is love applied on a public scale. During the first year of his administration, Gabriel implemented revolutionary policies based on family experience. He created a statewide family support network, comprehensive education programs, and income generation policies for vulnerable families. The results were immediate: a 40% reduction in domestic violence, a 60% increase in school retention, and a 50% decrease in child abandonment cases. How do you explain such rapid results? Us asked a journalist during a press conference. We didn't invent anything new, replied Gabriel. We simply applied on a public scale methodologies our family has developed over 20 years. And what's the practical difference? Instead of helping families individually, we created a system that allows families to help each other. How does this system work? Experienced mothers mentor new mothers, stable fathers guide struggling fathers, graduated youth train youth in formation. And the government, what's its role? To facilitate, support, and monitor quality. But the leadership always belongs to the community. Gabriel, called another journalist, is your family still actively participating in the administration? My family continues to be my foundation and my guidance, answered Gabriel, but each maintains specific responsibilities. How so? My mother coordinates educational policies. My father supervises business partnerships. Michael manages financial aspects. Isabella develops mental health protocols. And your wife? Chloe coordinates international relations and experience exchanges with other countries. Has your family become the official cabinet? My family has become a specialized technical team, corrected Gabriel. Each person contributes with expertise developed over decades. And doesn't that create a conflict of interest? On the contrary, it creates harmony of interests, responded Gabriel. We all work toward the same goal, family well-being. How do you ensure decisions are technical rather than familial? By submitting all decisions to independent external councils, explained Gabriel. Our family proposes. Experts evaluate, society validates. And if the external council disagrees with a family proposal, then our proposal is modified or discarded, assured Gabriel. Technical competence always outweighs personal preference. By the end of the second year of his administration, Gabriel had become a national and international reference in innovative public administration. Invitations for consultations arrived from dozens of countries. Gabriel, Jennifer approached her son one afternoon. I need to talk about something important. What is it, Mom? I'm thinking of retiring from operational projects. Why? To dedicate more time to my grandchildren and to write a book about our experience. Mom, you're only 52, it's early for retirement. Not full retirement, operational retirement. I want to dedicate myself to systematizing knowledge and training the next generations. As a dedicated grandmother, as a matriarch preparing successors, corrected Jennifer. And Dad? Is he also thinking about reducing activities? We're thinking about focusing on activities we can do together, explained Richard. Like what? Specific international consultations, leadership training, mentoring for young social entrepreneurs, and mainly, added Jennifer, documenting our entire experience for future generations. You want to write a book about our story? We want to write a complete methodology, said Richard, from the first steps to international implementation. So other people can replicate it? So that other families can find inspiration, Jennifer corrected. Gabriel, Richard looked seriously at his son. This means the main responsibility will definitively pass to your generation. We're ready, Gabriel assured. Michael, Isabella and I already coordinate most operations. And do you feel comfortable taking full leadership? We feel honored, Gabriel replied, and mainly responsible for continuing the legacy you built. Legacy, living proof that a united family can transform society. Gabriel, said Jennifer emotionally, seeing you take leadership is my greatest fulfillment as a mother. Why? Because you're not just taking on positions, you're taking on values. Values I learned watching you every day for 20 years. And that you'll pass on to your children? And that our children will pass on to their children, Gabriel assured. It's immortality through values, Richard philosophized. It's the most beautiful way to perpetuate love, Jennifer agreed. In Gabriel's final year as governor, the state's social indicators had improved drastically. Other governors visited regularly to learn the implemented methodologies. Michael had taken over national coordination of the foundation and was expanding projects to African countries. Isabella directed the Child Development Research Institute that had become a global reference. Anna coordinated international communications for the organization. Daniel developed family mental health protocols. Chloe managed international partnerships. The third-generation children grew up bilingual, culturally aware, and socially engaged. All showed natural interest in projects benefiting other children. How do you see the next 20 years? Patricia asked during the Foundation's 20th anniversary dinner. As the definitive consolidation of the American integrated education model, Gabriel replied. And expansion to all continents, Michael added. With special focus on regions of greater social vulnerability, said Isabella. Africa, Asia, Central America, Anna listed. Coordinated from the United States, maintaining original values, Chloe completed. And led by the next generation when our generation is older, Daniel finalized. Are you already thinking about the fourth generation? Patricia asked, surprised. Of course, said Gabriel. Mary and Peter already show interest in the projects. And Louise, Charles and Sophie too, Michael added. Baby Jennifer and Alexander and Camille are still small, but already show signs of social engagement, Isabella observed. Like what signs? They naturally share toys, help younger children worry when someone is sad, Anna listed. These are behaviors they learned watching the family, Daniel explained. and that they'll pass on to their own children in the future, said Chloe. Patricia, Jennifer looked at her friend. What do you think of our family's evolution? I think you've created something unique in history. How so? A family that turned personal history into a permanent public legacy, and that maintained original values even with exponential growth. Is that rare? Extremely rare. Most organizations lose their essence when they grow too much. Why didn't our family lose it? Because love is a solid foundation that doesn't deteriorate with time or expansion. And because you always remember where you came from, Patricia added. How so? That rainy night remains a moral reference for all decisions you make. It's our ethical compass, Gabriel agreed. And guarantee that we'll never forget who we work for, said Michael. For desperate families needing hope, Isabella completed. And for children who deserve better opportunities, Anna finalized, regardless of where they were born or their social conditions, Daniel added. Because every child has the potential to change the world, said Chloe. And every family has the capacity to be happy if they receive proper support, concluded Gabriel. On the night before the end of Gabriel's term as governor, the family gathered on the porch to talk about accomplishments and future plans. Gabriel, Richard looked at his son. How do you assess these 4 years in office? As preparation for the next phase, replied Gabriel. What next phase? A presidential run. The family fell silent, absorbing the information. Gabriel, said Jennifer finally, are you serious? Completely serious. I've received feelers from 3 different parties and support from 15 governors. And you want to accept? Asked Richard. I do, but only if our family fully supports it. Why is our opinion so important? Because the presidency isn't an individual position, it's a family responsibility. The entire family of the president becomes exposed. And do you think we're prepared for that level of exposure? Asked Michael. I think we're prepared for that level of responsibility, corrected Gabriel. Exposure is a consequence. Gabriel, Chloe touched her husband's arm. How would this affect our children? Alexander and Camille would grow up knowing their family contributes to the well-being of 200 million Americans. Is that pressure or privilege? It's a responsibility that can become a privilege if handled well. How so? If we create an environment where they understand that serving the country is an honor, not a burden. Anna, Daniel, Gabriel looked at his in-laws. Would you agree to adapt family life to a presidential routine? It depends what that means in practice, replied Anna. It means Washington, D.C. as a base, constant public agenda, special security for the whole family. And the international projects? Asked Daniel. They would continue to be coordinated from the presidency. It would be the first time in history that American social policies would be developed simultaneously at national and international levels. Michael. Richard looked at his eldest son. What's your analysis? Financially, it would be a unique opportunity to use federal public resources to expand our projects. Politically, it would mean exposure for our entire family, warned Isabella. And personally, asked Jennifer. Personally, it would be the ultimate fulfillment of everything we've built, said Michael. And you, Jennifer and Richard, asked Gabriel. How do you feel about the possibility of being parents to the president? Proud and scared, admitted Jennifer. Scared why? Because of the responsibility of guiding someone who will have power over the lives of millions of people. But proud why? Because we know that this person was raised with solid values and has a family to keep him on the right path. Richard, I fully support it, said Richard. You're ready. How can you be sure? Because you've governed for 4 years without losing humility, without forgetting your roots, without neglecting family. And because, added Jennifer, you turned state government into an extension of family values. Gabriel, said Michael, if you become president, our family becomes a permanent national example. And is that good or bad? It's an enormous responsibility, replied Isabella, but also a historic opportunity, an opportunity to prove that politics can be practiced based on family love, completed Anna, and that the traditional American family can be socially progressive, added Daniel. and that Christian values can be applied to public policies without sectarianism, said Chloe. So you all support it? Asked Gabriel. We do, they answered in chorus. With one important caveat, said Richard. What? Our family needs to keep functioning as a family, not as a political institution. How do we guarantee that? Keeping family traditions, celebrating personal achievements, prioritizing children's well-being, listed Jennifer. And most importantly, added Michael, maintaining humility and a sense of humor. Gabriel, said Isabella, may I suggest a campaign strategy? Of course. Tell our real story, all of it, from the rainy night until today. Even the difficult moments, especially the difficult moments. Americans like a candidate who knows hardship firsthand. And our story demonstrates overcoming through values, not through privilege, added Michael. Gabriel, said Anna, as communications coordinator, may I suggest a specific approach? You may. Your campaign should be centered on family as the foundation of society. How so? Show that a strong country is built with strong families, and that strong families are built with proper public policies. That's exactly our experience, realized Gabriel. It's our main credential, confirmed Daniel. Chloe, Gabriel looked at his wife. How do you see the American presidential campaign with a European perspective? As an opportunity to show the world that the United States can lead through example, not through imposition. Elaborate. Europe has a tradition of cultural imposition through policies. The United States can show cultural integration through love. And our family represents that? Our family is living proof of that. We integrate French, Americans, multiple generations, different academic backgrounds, all united by common values, and most importantly by the conscious choice to stay united. Chloe is right, said Richard. Our family is the model of the America we want. Diverse but united. The presidential campaign lasted 18 months and was marked by the active participation of the entire family. Each member contributed with specific expertise, but always presenting a united front based on shared values. Do you want to know candidate Gabriel's proposal? Jennifer would say during rallies. First, get to know the family that formed this candidate. We are a family that believes politics should be an extension of family values. The honesty we practice at home should be practiced in government. The love we dedicate to our children should be dedicated to all American children. The responsibility we take for each other should be taken for the entire population. And most importantly, the unity that keeps our family strong should inspire national unity. Michael presented an economic proposal based on the Foundation's experience. Our projects have proven that investment in family generates measurable economic returns, he explained. Every dollar invested in quality early childhood education returns $5 in future productivity. Every family training program reduces public spending on social assistance, and every stabilized family contributes to sustainable economic growth. That's why Gabriel's economic proposal is based on strategic social investment, not on welfare. Isabella addressed aspects of mental health and social well-being. The United States has a silent epidemic of depression, anxiety, domestic violence, she would say during technical lectures. Our projects have demonstrated that proper family support drastically reduces these problems, because a structured family is the first line of defense against mental health problems, and public policies that strengthen the family are the most effective preventive public policies. Anna coordinated popular communication, translating technical proposals into accessible language. What Gabriel proposes is simple, she explained on radio programs. To govern as a family man governs his home, with love, responsibility, and transparency. And most importantly, to govern remembering that every decision affects real families with real needs. Daniel addressed public health issues through the family perspective. An efficient healthcare system is one that keeps families together, he argued. Our hospitals should function as extensions of families, not as impersonal institutions. And prevention should start at home with proper support for healthy family practices. Chloe presented the campaign's international vision. Gabriel represents a new generation of global leaders, she said in international interviews. Leaders who understand that social problems are universal, but solutions must respect local cultures, and that the most effective diplomacy is based on leading by example, not on external imposition. The children naturally participated in events when appropriate, charming voters with their spontaneity and intelligence. "Why does your daddy want to be president?" they asked Alexander during an event. "To help all the children in the United States like he helps us," Alexander replied with the naturalness of a 6-year-old. "And how does he help you?" "By playing when we want to play, studying when we need to study, and giving hugs when we're sad." "And do you think the president can do that for all children?" "Yes, he can," Camille assured. "Daddy is very good at helping people." "How do you know?" "Because we see him helping our family, our friends' families, everyone's family," Alexander explained. The children's statements went viral on social media and became a symbol of the campaign, politics based on family affection. Gabriel was elected president with a historic margin of votes, receiving support from 76% of the electorate. The inauguration was celebrated as a national festival of renewed hope. "Americans," said Gabriel during his inaugural address, "today I assume the presidency as a son, father, grandson, and representative of an American family that believes in the transformative power of love. Over the next 4 years, I will govern always remembering 2 children who once needed help on a rainy night, remembering a courageous mother who never gave up fighting for her children, remembering a father who chose to hear a cry for help instead of ignoring it, and remembering that true politics is love applied on a national scale. I promise to govern for all American families as I would govern for my own family, with total dedication, absolute transparency, and constant remembrance that power is a responsibility, not a privilege. Because I've learned that love multiplied becomes social transformation, and the United States deserves a government based on true love." During the first year of the federal administration, Gabriel implemented a national policy of integrated family support. All state-level achievements were expanded to a federal scale. The results surprised even the most optimistic experts: a 35% reduction in child poverty, a 50% increase in school retention, and a 45% decrease in domestic violence. "How do you explain such impressive results?" asked an international journalist during an interview. "There's no mystery," replied Gabriel. "We applied nationally a methodology that our family has been developing for 22 years. What methodology? Love as the foundation, education as the tool, family as the goal. Can you elaborate?" "Every public policy should strengthen family bonds. Quality early childhood education allows parents to work peacefully. Professional training gives families financial dignity. Psychological support prevents crises that destroy homes." "And how do you ensure effectiveness?" "Through constant monitoring by people who have lived the problems we're solving." "How so?" "My mother supervises education because she was once a struggling mother. My team includes former beneficiaries in coordination positions. Those who've lived through problems know best how to solve them." "Doesn't that create a conflict of interest?" "It creates a commitment of interest," corrected Gabriel. "People who've overcome difficulties want others to overcome them too." "And your family? How do you balance presidential responsibilities with family life?" "By integrating both. My family is my informal government team." "How so?" "During breakfast, we discuss public policies. During dinner, we evaluate the day's results. During weekends, we visit projects across the country." "And do the children participate?" "The children observe, give opinions when asked, and naturally absorb values of public service." "Don't they lose a normal childhood?" "They gain a childhood with purpose," corrected Gabriel. "They grow up knowing they can make a difference in other people's lives." In the second year of his administration, Gabriel launched an unprecedented international initiative, exporting American social methodologies through free technical cooperation. "The United States will teach the world how to build effective social policies," he announced during a UN assembly. "Not through imposition, but by example. Countries that want to learn with us will have full access to our methodologies, free of charge, without political conditions." Because we believe children's well-being is a humanitarian issue, not a commercial one. And because our family has proven that shared love multiplies infinitely. The proposal had worldwide repercussions. 23 countries immediately requested technical cooperation with the United States. Daddy President, Mary, now 10 years old, asked during a family lunch, "Why do other countries want to learn from us?" "Because we developed a way to help families that works better than traditional methods," explained Gabriel. "And how will they learn? By coming here to study our projects and taking knowledge back to apply in their countries. Like we do when we travel." "Exactly. Only now other countries come to us." "Peter," Jennifer called her grandson, "what do you think about your uncle being president?" "I think it's cool. Now he can help all the children in the United States." "And you? Do you want to be president too when you grow up?" "I want to be like my father," answered Peter, "work with money to help families." "And I want to be like my mother," said Mary, "talk to people from other countries." "Louise, Charles, Sophie," Gabriel addressed the 5-year-old triplets. "Do you know what Uncle Gabriel's daddy does?" "You take care of the whole United States," answered Louise. "Just like Grandpa Richard takes care of our family," added Charles. "And just like Grandma Jennifer took care of Daddy Michael when he was little," finished Sophie. Gabriel was moved by the children's spontaneous comparison. "You understood my job perfectly." "It's easy to understand," said baby Fernanda, now 4 years old. "You love everyone just like we love our family. Alexander, Camille." Gabriel knelt down to his 7-year-old children's level. "How do you feel having a president dad?" "Normal," answered Alexander. "You were always important." "But now everyone knows you're important," added Camille. "And does that change anything for you?" "It changes that we have to be even more polite," said Alexander seriously. "Why?" "Because people look at us more now." "And can you be more polite?" "We can," assured Camille. "Mommy and grandmas teach us every day." "And mainly," said Alexander, "we want people to like our family." "Why?" "So they believe in your work as president." Gabriel hugged his children emotionally. "You are very special children." "We're not special," corrected Camille. "We are loved." "And does that make a difference?" "It does. A loved child wants everyone to be loved too." During the 3rd year of his administration, Gabriel faced his first significant political crisis. The opposition questioned excessive family participation in government decisions. "How do you respond to criticism about nepotism?" asked a journalist during a press conference. "By distinguishing nepotism from family meritocracy," answered Gabriel calmly. "What's the difference?" "Nepotism is giving positions to incompetent relatives. Family meritocracy is making use of qualified relatives' competence. How do you prove the family is qualified? Through 20 years of measurable results in projects they lead nationally and internationally." "But critics argue you could hire outsiders." "I could, but I wouldn't find people with the specific experience my family has developed." "How so?" "My mother has 20 years of experience in early childhood education for vulnerable families. My father has 15 years in social business partnerships. My siblings have been coordinating international projects for a decade." "And are your qualifications unique?" "They're unique because they were developed through real experience, not just academic theory." "Governor Gabriel," insisted another journalist, "wouldn't it be more ethical to separate family from government?" "It would be more traditional," Gabriel agreed, "but it would be less effective." "Why?" "Because my family isn't in the government because they're relatives. They're here because they're the best professionals available for specific areas." "How do you prove that?" "Through results. The United States now leads the world in early childhood education policies. That's not an opinion. It's official international recognition. And if your family disagrees with your gubernatorial decisions, then I listen, reflect, and make the final decision based on what's best for the United States," Gabriel replied. "Has it happened?" "Many times. And it always resulted in better decisions." "Example?" "The initial proposal for daycare expansion was too ambitious. My family suggested gradual implementation. The result was much better." "Does your family serve as an advisory board?" "It serves as a reality check," Gabriel corrected. When a gubernatorial decision can affect real families, I consult people who know how real families work. The strategy of total transparency about family participation ended up strengthening Gabriel's administration. The population began to see the family as a positive difference, not as a problem. Governor Gabriel has a family that understands people's problems, voters commented. He's not a traditional politician who lives isolated from reality. He's a family man who governs thinking of other families. During the fourth and final year of his first term, Gabriel was re-elected by an even larger margin than the previous election. The success of social programs had won over even initial opponents. "How does it feel to be re-elected?" asked Jennifer. "Accountable," replied Gabriel. "The people trusted our family again." "And scared?" "A little. A second term has higher expectations." "What kind of expectations?" "To definitively consolidate the American model of social policies." "And internationally?" "To expand technical cooperation to all continents." "Gabriel," said Richard, "do you have an idea of the legacy you want to leave?" "I do. I want 50 years from now. When historians analyze the early 21st century, they'll say the United States led the world in social transformation through family love." That's a big ambition. It's a necessary ambition. The United States has unique potential for this. Why? Because we're a country that naturally integrates diversity, and because the traditional American family already practices values the world needs to learn. What values? Solidarity, welcoming, the ability to turn strangers into family. Does our story exemplify that? Our story proves it. A desperate mother and a lonely father became a solid family that impacts millions of people. And can this be replicated nationally? It's already being replicated. Our programs are turning the United States into the country that most reduces social inequality in the world. "Gabriel," said Michael, "how do you want to be remembered by history?" "As the governor who proved that love can be effective public policy, and our family. As the family that showed the world that true unity transforms societies." On the penultimate day of his second term, Gabriel gathered the family for a final conversation about the legacy they had built. "In the 26 years since that rainy night, what makes you most proud?" he asked. "Seeing you three become adults who honor the values we tried to teach," replied Jennifer, "and seeing 8 grandchildren growing up with the same values preparing the next continuity," added Richard. "Michael, your perspective?" "I'm proud to know our family created a replicable methodology for social transformation." "Isabella?" "I'm proud to see we grew up without losing humility or closeness with each other." "Anna?" "I'm proud to be part of a family that turned personal history into collective benefit." "Daniel?" "I'm proud to see Christian values can be lived through concrete social action." "Chloe?" "I'm proud to have discovered that an American family can teach the whole world about practical love." "And you, children?" Gabriel looked at the grandchildren. "What do you like most about our family?" "That everyone helps each other," replied Mary. "And that nobody stays sad alone," added Peter. "And that we can help other children too," said Louise. "And that Grandpa and Grandma tell beautiful stories," completed Charles. "And that Uncle Gabriel's daddy takes care of the whole United States," finished Sophie. "Baby Jennifer, Alexander, Camille," Jennifer addressed the youngest. "Do you know why our family is special?" "Because we love each other very much," answered baby Jennifer. "And because we help people in need," said Alexander. "Just like Jesus taught," added Camille. "Gabriel," Richard stood up moved, "our family accomplished everything we could dream of." "And there's still much to accomplish," replied Gabriel. "This is only the first phase of the legacy we want to build." "How so?" "The next generation will surpass everything we achieved." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," guaranteed Michael. "These children are growing up with advantages we didn't have." "What advantages?" "International education from a young age, multiple languages, developed social consciousness, global network of contacts," listed Isabella. "And mainly," added Gabriel, "they grow up seeing that a united family can impact the entire planet." "It's unique preparation for world leadership," observed Anna. "And a unique responsibility too," cautioned Daniel. "How so?" These children will carry the expectation of continuing the family legacy, and that could be excessive pressure, worried Chloe. That's why our responsibility is to teach them that the true legacy is values, not achievements, said Jennifer. How do we do that? By showing that importance lies in how we treat people, not in positions we hold, explained Richard. And that true fulfillment comes from contributing to collective well-being, regardless of recognition, completed Gabriel. Jennifer, Michael addressed his mother, have you completed your objectives as matriarch? I completed the objective of building a solid family, she replied, but the objective of impacting society continues through you. And you, Richard? Asked Isabella. I achieved a dream I didn't even know I had, replied Richard emotionally. What dream? To have a family again, and to turn the pain of loss into strength for building. Gabriel, Anna looked at her brother-in-law, how do you summarize our family journey? As proof that true love has no limits, replied Gabriel, and that family can be the foundation for lasting social transformation, and that the United States has unique potential to lead the world through family example. Gabriel, said Chloe, will our children grow up knowing their family changed the country's history? They'll grow up knowing a family can change history when it chooses to serve rather than just be served, and that each generation has the responsibility to amplify the impact of the previous one, without pressure, but with awareness. Jennifer, Richard held his wife's hand. Any regrets? None, she replied without hesitation. Even knowing all the difficulties we faced, especially because of the difficulties, they strengthened us and prepared us for the responsibilities we took on. And you? Any regrets? Just one. What? Not having found you sooner. Even knowing that an earlier meeting would have created a completely different story. A different story, but with the same foundation of love, said Richard. How can you be sure? Because true love always finds a way to manifest itself. If it hadn't been that night, it would have been another time. Gabriel. Jennifer looked at her son. What's your final reflection on our story? That it doesn't end with us, replied Gabriel. It continues through our children, grandchildren, and the people we impact. And what message would you leave for future generations? That love applied consciously can transform the world. And that a family united by solid values is the most powerful force there is. And especially that every person has the capacity to multiply love if they choose to do so. Like our family chose to do on that rainy night 26 years ago. On the last day of his second presidential term, Gabriel gave his final speech that summarized the family legacy. My fellow Americans, he said emotionally. Today I conclude 8 years of federal government remembering where it all began. It began on a rainy night when my mother had the courage to ask for help and my father had the sensitivity to offer it. It began with 2 children who needed a family and a man who needed a purpose. And it became proof that love multiplied becomes social transformation. During these 8 years, our family governed the United States as we govern our home, with love, dedication, and responsibility. And the United States responded by becoming a global reference in social policies based on family strengthening. But our legacy is not the programs we created. It is the values we systematized. Values that any family can apply. Unconditional love, mutual responsibility, dedication to the common good. And especially, the belief that every person has the potential to transform their reality and contribute to collective transformation. Today I leave the presidency, but I do not leave my commitment to American families. Our family will continue working through our international organization to further expand the reach of our projects, and especially to train the next generation of leaders who will govern the United States in the coming decades. Because true politics is public service, and true public service is an extension of family love. Thank you, United States, for allowing our family to contribute to building a more just society. And thank you for proving that a country can be governed as one big family, united by common values. May God bless all American families, and may love continue to multiply through each one of them. The inauguration ceremony was moving. The whole family participated, symbolizing that the built legacy transcended specific political terms. Gabriel, the successor, approached after the ceremony. "How can I honor the work you have developed?" "By maintaining an open-door policy for our organization," replied Gabriel. "We will continue developing methodologies that can benefit your future government." "Will you continue working in the United States?" "The United States is our base, but the work is now global." "How so?" 40 countries implement our programs. Our responsibility is to ensure quality and continuous expansion." "And politically, does Gabriel plan to return?" "I plan to continue serving. If it's through politics, great. If it's through social projects, also great. What criteria defines the choice? Where I can generate the greatest positive impact for families who need support." 2 years after the end of his presidency, Gabriel had become a globally recognized leader in social policies based on family strengthening. The International Family Organization operated in 80 countries and impacted more than 50 million children. Michael coordinated global economic operations and had developed a family microcredit model adopted by international organizations. Isabella directed a worldwide research institute in child development. Anna managed the organization's global communication. Daniel coordinated family mental health protocols. Chloe led international cooperation between governments. The third-generation children were growing up as global citizens, fluent in multiple languages, culturally aware and socially engaged. "How do you see the next 20 years?" asked Patricia, now 70 years old, during a celebratory dinner. "As the definitive consolidation of the transformation we started," replied Gabriel. "And preparing the fourth generation to take on leadership," added Michael. "What will be different about the fourth generation?" asked Richard. "They were born into a world where our values are already globally accepted," explained Isabella. "They won't need to prove that love works as policy. They'll be able to innovate from that foundation," completed Anna. "And what kind of innovations do you imagine?" "We can't imagine," admitted Gabriel. "Each generation surpasses the creativity of the previous one. But we know it will be based on multiplied love," guaranteed Jennifer. "How do you know?" "Because it's our family's DNA," said Daniel. "A value that passed from you to our children and will pass to our children's children." "Forever?" asked one of the children listening to the conversation. "Forever," confirmed all the adults together. That night, Richard and Jennifer were alone on the porch, watching the illuminated city. "Jennifer, if we could go back to that rainy night, would you do anything differently?" "I would ask for help with less desperation," she replied, "but I would ask in the same way." "Why?" "Because the desperation showed the real urgency of the situation. It made you understand it wasn't an act." "And me? Would I do differently?" "You would listen more carefully from the very beginning," suggested Jennifer. "How so?" "You took a while to understand that I was offering a solution, not creating a problem." "That's true. Initially, I thought you were complicating my life. And you were complicating it, but complicating it for the better." "How so?" "A life too simple becomes empty. A complicated life with purpose becomes rich." "And did our life become rich?" "Our life became extraordinary." "Jennifer?" "Yes." "Thank you for having the courage to approach me that night. Thank you for having the heart to listen to me. Thank you for insisting when I hesitated. Thank you for not giving up when I disappeared. And most importantly," said Richard, "thank you for building with me the most beautiful family in the world." "The most useful family in the world," corrected Jennifer. "Useful? That serves something greater than itself. It's our greatest achievement. It's our greatest legacy. And our greatest responsibility for future generations." "Jennifer." "Yes? I love you. I love you too. And I love the family we built. And I love the better world we helped create. Do you think we fulfilled our purpose?" "I think we discovered our purpose and fulfilled it as far as we could. And now we pass the baton to the generation we prepared. With confidence, with absolute pride, and with unconditional love. Forever." End of story. Now tell me what you thought of this story. Do you believe true love can really transform a desperate family into a force for social change? Leave your honest opinion in the comments about this 26-year journey that began on a rainy night. If you know any similar stories in real life, share them with us. Thank you for staying with me until the end, and don't forget to leave your like and subscribe to the channel for more touching stories like this one.